My name is Engineer Ismail Adeyemi from Ogushapa. I hereby move motion for adjournment of this AGM. Thank you, sir.
And they will follow. 1, 2, 3, go. O God of creation, direct our noble cause, guide our leaders right, help the youth the truth to know, in love and honesty to grow, and living just and true, great lofty heights attain, to build a nation where peace and justice reign. The national anthem. Let me hear how engineers will sing. So, let me give the key. So, 1, 2, go. Thank you and God bless you all. So let's sit back and enjoy our dinner. Thank you. Electoral committee, we wish that you tidy up so that we will be able to make our presentation during the AGM.
Number 6. Eleven to 20, please. 11 to 20.
So I'm good to go.
To 30.
Let's call by the mic. Let's be orderly. Every please want 20, 10 to 20, 11 to 20 are done, right? What was the next?
20
all
to
voted.
30.
Okay.
20 to 30.
11 to 20 have all voted.
21 to 30. 21 to 30.
Wait. Carmen, let's go. Wait. 11 to 20 have voted complete.
To 30.
Okay, 31 to 30 have voted, right? 31 to 30 voted. 21 to 30 voted. Thank you for the correction.
Thank you very much. We have from 31 to 40, please. 31 to 40. You want to 30.
Thirty-one to 30. Have they all voted?
41 to 50. 41 to 50, please. Sorry.
41 to 50. All voted? Good.
51 to 60. 51 to 60. 51 to 60. 55, 55, 55. So, the next one. 61 to 70, please. 61 to 70. 55.
That's good.
Okay. Okay.
So 61 to 70, all voted? Still voting?
61 to 60. Still voting. Okay. 61 to 70. All voted. Confirmed.
71 to 80, please. 71 to 80. 71 to 80.
71 is 72. 71, 72, 73. 71, 72, 73. 74. 75. 76. 77. 8. 9. 10. This one is
71 to 80 still voted. To 80 have all voted.
81 to 90. Please, 81 to 90.
81 to 90. 81.
81 to 90.
81, 82. 82, 83. 83.
Guys, listen.
8, 9, 89, 90. What is it? 89 is not 89.
89. 89.
89 is missing. 89 is missing.
91 to 100, please. 91100 to 100.
91.
94 is
94.
No, that was the it's taken. It's taken. So we are on 99 voted. It's missing.
Okay. 101 to 110. 101 to 110.
101 to 110 still voted. Complete, but still voted. Next one.
111 to 120. 111 to 120. 111
120 complete. Yes, all have voted.
121 to 130 is 131, 121 to 130.
So 120 to one party have voted. 120 to one party have voted.
Okay. 131 to 140.
One 131 to 140 have all voted.
141 to 150. 141 to 150. Thank you.
151 to 150 have all voted.
151 to 160. 151, 160. 151, 160. Okay, thank you very much.
151 to 160 have all voted.
161 to 170. 161, 170.
8
$161 to $170 are all voted.
Thank you. 171 to 180. 171, 180. 171, 180.
$171 to $180 are all. 177 is missing.
177.
171 to 180 is complete and all. 171 to 180, right?
181 to 190. 180, 181 to 190.
186. So they are collecting that paper back.
181 to 190 have all voted.
191 to 200. 191 200. 191 to 200. 194.
So
194.
191 to 200, but 194 is missing. No, only 194 is missing. All others have voted. 191 to 200, except 194, have all voted.
201 to 210. 201 to 210. 201 to 210.
201 to 210 have all voted.
Thank you. 211 to 220. 211 to 220.
Which one? Which one?
Two one one 214. 211. Okay, 211 216. 211 216. 211 216. Two one six. Okay.
So 211 to 220 are all voted except for 216.
Thank you. 221 to 230. 221 to 230. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. 221 to 230 have all voted.
231 to 240. 231 to 240. Seven.
So 231 to 240 have all voted except for 237.
241 to 250. 241 to 250.
247, 248, 249, 250, 247,
247.
So 241 to 250 all voted except for 247.
Your name is on that list. You can use it to vote.
251 to 251 to 260, please.
260.
Okay.
So 251 to 260 all voted.
Thank you. 261 to 271. 261 to 271.
Faith.
271 inclusive. 271 inclusive.
Okay. 270. 270.
270 inclusive.
Okay. Leave it. It's okay. It's confirmed. Faith is here. Show him. What is his name? What is it? What number?
Nígbà tó wọlé ló sọ pé tuntun tí wà nínú àwọn tó ṣe kiri kí ló bá dé tó wọ́n ń sọ. Òun ló wọlé òun ló sọ pé tuntun
We are used to it. We are used. Was it this morning? Was it yesterday? Okay, it's working now. It's working.
271 in the last number. Wọ́n ṣe wà ń wá pẹ̀lú 271.
it's not the same. Please, we cannot. Sorry, we are very sorry. The phone
We requested for his telephone number. The telephone number is not the same. The one you call. The address he put, the one he told us is not the same with the one written. And what we have on the list is M.A. Mohammed. Whereas on his receipt, we have Mohammed A. Mohammed paid today. But yeah, so.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We have concluded voting. Thank you very much. So,
Okay. Please, I want us to come close so that we can round up our AGM. What they are sorting out, the result. The result is going to be declared during the dinner. So you don't understand. At the moment, listen now. Listen to me. Listen. We have some few items on our agenda. I want us to wrap it now. Then they are already. No what? You are saying no what? Nobody is voting. Voting is completed. The electoral committee is going to sort out the result. Meanwhile, we are going to continue with our AGM and finish the agenda. After we finish, already they are arranging tables for our dinner at the back. They will just arrange the tables and we start our dinner because it's already late. When they are done with sorting out, they will now be given the chance to tell us the result of the election. So where's the PNC? PNC, please come on.
Deputy or the incoming, you're already at the verge of coming. The incoming, the ESCO members, past national chairmen that are here present. I want to specifically recognize our lady, our sister, our mother, Engineer Aishatu Umar, and our continental representatives in WCCE, fellows that are here, and my colleagues. On behalf of the Board of Trustees, we are saying thank you. Thank you for a job well done. Thank you for keeping faith with nice. Thank you for who you are. Thank you, Ab Initio, for choosing civil engineering. Without civil engineering, you wouldn't have been here. What we have seen in this AGM is such that if we continue this way, and even better, we will take over the whole country. When I mean taking over the whole country, I mean it very seriously. Because to me, engineering is everything. And civil engineering is the main thing. So we encourage you to do this. When you go back home, after this AGM, please double your efforts. Double your efforts to ensure that we build nice to an enviable level. Previously, they say Lagos is working. But there's a new slogan that today that Lagos is for copying. So why can't we make nice that nice is for copying? Nice is not, nice has gone beyond working, but nice is now for copying. Let other divisions copy what we are doing. So I want to thank you all from the bottom of my heart on behalf of BOT. Continue to give support to the executives. For those who will come in for 2022-2023, please emulate what their predecessors have done. Our election is a very simple democracy. No fighting. The bucket is very transparent. Everybody saw what was happening in the bucket. So put in there and just go to your seat. Very simple. Very simple democracy. So we are not the problem of this country. And in fact, we are the solutions of this country. So let's all come to learn from what Nigerian Institution of Civil Engineer has done. Our fathers have laid this foundation. We must keep this torch burning. There's a book called Animal Farm, one small book called Animal Farm. Say, Animal Farm, let me not be the one to destroy you. So let there not be anyone in nice to destroy nice. That's a philosopher called Emerson. Emerson says something in you is the thing for which the world is waiting for. Find it and dig it out. Something in you is the thing for which the world is waiting for. Find that thing and dig it out. Civil engineering in you is the thing for which the world is waiting for. Give it to the world and give your all. Thank you, and God bless you.
We want to crave the indulgence of Engineer Dr. Aisha Ali Umar to please just step forward, please. Any other business, excuse me, there is still noise at this place. Item number 9, which is any other business. We have only 2 businesses that we shall talk about, after which the AGM will be moved for adjournment, and then the closing remarks, then closing prayers. Under any other business, number 1, please can we have silence? Can we sit down, please? I would like to announce to this AGM that in 2019, the ESCO, under the leadership of our leader, Engineer Dr. Aisha Ali Umar, FNSCF NICE, constituted a committee to review our MEMAT. And the MEMAT committee, drafting committee or review committee, worked assiduously. And a MEMAT was produced for the institution. In 2020, the memo was unanimously adopted by council. And then we had to engage the documentation of the memo at the Corporate Affairs Commission, CAC. That process took us some time, and in this AGM, by the special grace of God, and with the effort of so many of our highly respected members and council, we now have a brand new memo for the institution. This memo will take effect from this AGM. Henceforth, we will be making references to everything that is contained in this memo. And I want to say on behalf of the board members, council and the executive members of the institution, we want to appreciate the immediate past ESCO under the leadership of Engineer Dr. Aisha Ali Umar for making this effort that we came in and we continued, and we have been able to document this with Corporate Affairs Commission, and we have produced copies for members to obtain. So this copy, we have about some hundreds of copies of this memo. Make sure you pick your own before leaving Lagos, and it is tagged at the price. A copy of the memo will be sold at the rate of 2,000 naira. You will pick your own copy and pick some for your chapter. So we want to thank God for this effort. That is the good news that we have. Secondly, under AOB, those of you that were at the opening ceremony yesterday, we were given a very beautiful trophy by one of our past national chairman, Engineer Benia Ojum, FNSC F9. He donated a trophy for group dynamics within the division of the Nigerian Institution of Civil Engineers. And I tell you, when he told us about the trophy, we set up a committee to conduct a group dynamics for our chapters. And by the grace of God, during the dinner, we are going to present that trophy to the best chapter that has worked within the 2021-2022 fiscal year. So by that, it will be a yearly competition, and we'll be doing this competition before our submission for group dynamics to the Nigerian Society of Engineers. If our chapters will be able to compete, we'll be able to have enough materials that we can present in our group dynamics with the Nigerian Society of Engineers. So the incoming ESCO will take this one very seriously, so that our chapters will continue with this competition henceforth. So on this note, I want to say we are gradually moving to the end of this AGM. But because we have some of our leaders in the house, I will invite Engineer Benia Ojum to say a word to us on behalf of the board and on behalf of the past national chairman and on behalf of all of us, after which we shall go into the vote of thanks and so into the adjournment. because he will also give us, move the vote of thanks to all of us for this AGM. Please just be patient. They are arranging the seats from behind. As soon as we are done, we will just continue with our dinner so that we can go and have some rest on a good time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, the National Chair, the Able National Chair.
My name is Engineer Kori Shetima from Maiduguri Chapter. I hereby second that the AGM 2022 should be adjourned.
Thank you very much. Give us the outcome of the group dynamics. Deputy National Chairman.
Engineers, the NC has just given me a task, but I know how to perform it, and quickly too. So without wasting time, I will hand over this task to our past national chairman and chairman of the CPC. If you look at his hand, he has a load of files and documents. Please, sir.
Please, electoral committee, please go to the other side. There are agents now. Why do we have agents? There's nothing that we still here. We are close. And so I will call somebody to move the motion for adjournment of this AGM.
Just like NSC, we had the group dynamics competition for our various chapters. On the 30th of June of this year, we summoned a meeting of all the chapter chairmen. And the essence of this is to notify them of the criteria for the group dynamics competition, the larger one of the NSC, so that we will all be prepared to know what is to be expected from each of the chapters. Unfortunately, the first meeting did not hold, so we'll schedule another one for the 8th of July. During this one, we have a larger attendance of chapters chairmen and some members of the Group Dynamics committee. In all, we send the messages across to the chairmen who were unable to attend that meeting. We send the criteria to them that they should prepare their submission, and we set the deadline for this in line with the Group Dynamics competition of NSC. By then, we weren't too sure what prizes to give out, but faithfully and hopefully, we believe that the prizes will come before this AGM. And as that prediction will turn out, our past national chairman, in the person of Engineer Benaya Ojun, FNSC F9, he donated this beautiful trophy that we are all looking up there. And now this is the time for us to give an account of the rating that we have done for our various chapters. We base the activities of this competition on 6 major criteria, and we rank each of the activities with certain percentage of marks. At the end of the day, we had a total of 150% for all the activities that we have put together under the criteria for the Group Dynamics
of our various chapters. For the public lectures, we have 20%. For industrial visits, we have 20%. For membership drive, we have 30%. Chapters organization, we have 30%. Corporate social responsibilities, we put that one at 20%. And finally, publication from the various chapters, we pen this at 30%. When you add up all these 6 activities, it comes down to 150. Now, in the submissions, we had only 7 chapters that responded. For the deadline that we have given for the submission, only 7 chapters responded. And based on the assessments of the reports submitted, we have the following results. I will start from the rear. Bayelsa chapter, they submitted and they got 49%. They were followed closely by Jalingo chapter. Jalingo chapter came with 50%. The next chapter is Jos chapter. Jos scored 68%. Then we have Abuja chapter. Abuja came up with 70%. With this, we have the top 3 left. Somebody was whispering, I should stop it at this point. Maybe we should suspend it till some other time. Oh. Do we all agree we should suspend the remaining results? Okay. So we have the following chapters. One had 80%, another had 95%, and the one that came first had 110%. Should I leave us to do the permutation? I have Kaduna, Kano, and Maiduguri. Of all these, the 3rd position goes to the chapter that scored 80%. And that chapter is Maiduguri chapter. They followed Kano with 95%. And Kaduna came first with 110%. So at this point, distinguished engineers, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call on the national chairman and the donor of the trophy to come and make the presentation of the trophy to the winning chapter. Thank you.
At this time,
we shall all rise and have and recite the second stanza of our national anthem. And this year, something great happened to us in the civil division in Nigeria. I thought I was going to announce that, though we have been addressing her, but I want to formally announce to us that early this year in January, we registered our membership, though she registered some years back, but this year, Nigerian Institution of Civil Engineers attended the AGM of the World Council of Civil Engineers. And we were able to pay our subscription. And during the AGM of the World Council of Civil Engineers, Nigeria was elected under the presence of our dear mother. She was elected as the African continental representative to the World Council of Civil Engineers. I thought we would clap with a standing ovation. She is representing the number of countries within the African continent in the World Council of Civil Engineers. And she has opened a functional office for the African Continental in World Council of Civil Engineers in Abuja. On 5th floor, Labour House, Central Business Area of the FCT. And she did that and added value to the Nigerian Institution of Civil Engineers, because our headquarters is on the 8th floor of the same building. So when other African countries walk into her office, they will also be told that, or they were told that, the Nigerian office is on the 8th floor. And that is why in this conference this year, our colleagues from Ghana, having visited the office, they said no, they have to attend our program. And that was why they were present during our program, which has given us an international image. So on behalf of the Nigerian Institution of Civil Engineers, we are proud of engineer Dr. Aishatu Ali Omar, and we want to congratulate her and wish her the best. I want to invite the past national chairman that are here, the deputy national chairman, to please come so that we can congratulate her on behalf of all civil engineers in Nigeria. Ma, congratulations. We are proud of you. We are proud of you. And God will help you and give you all the wisdom to lead the African continent on the World Council of Civil Engineers. We know you and we know what you can do. Remember to put some of your colleagues in various committees across the continent. Congratulations.
Proud of you. We are proud of her. She is a very big and massive, and she will represent us very well. Congratulations, madam.
Well, we know her very well. She knew what she did in nice, but she has taken it to the international. We can only say we're proud of you, and we say keep it up.
What else can we say? Yeah, Aisha has gone international. And she has taken nice along. We are very proud of you.
Good afternoon this evening. Yes, because we have come a long way. In fact, I'm short of words. My prayer for all of us and for all the civil engineers in Africa, and most importantly Nigeria, may God Almighty give us a very good health and long life so that we can continue to contribute our own positive professional development throughout our state. And most importantly, I want to sincerely thank each and every one of you for finding me worthy. You have been supporting me both in NICE and Nigerian Society of Engineers. And I want to make it very clear today, I will never ever take it for granted. And I will be there for all of us. Anytime, any day, I'm given the privilege. I want to thank you finally and wish each and every one of us a very good and safe journey to all our various destinations. And congratulations to all of us for this year's International Conference and Annual General Meeting of our society. Thank you, and God bless you all. Thank you.
Development challenges and solution. The second person will present a comparative analysis of 60-70 bitumen to polymerized modified bitumen, inflexible road pavement. And the third one will be in the third session, a hypothetical approach in data acquisition for on-gauge river basin modeling in a challenging economy. So until we get to that paper, I think Chairman of the technical session, we allow 20 minutes of presentation and then 10 minutes for discussion. That is 30 times 3, 91.5 hours. I'll give them 15 minutes of presentation. Each person will come 15 minutes, you're through with your presentation. The communique can quickly round up and we go into the AGM. The first paper to be presented by Afolabi Olusegun Adeleke. Is it there? Please come forward. Put your hands together for him. Is a slide there?
No proposal to establish free to proceed. Let me welcome you to the technical session of this very important conference. We are going to have 3 sessions. Technical session 1, technical session 2, and technical session 3. You may notice that we have partitioned the hall into 3 parts. So those of us in this part of the hall, this place is designated as technical session 1 area. Under technical session 1, there will be 4 presentations, and the chairman of the session is Engineer Professor S.T. Oromu. Engineer Professor S.T. Oromu is here. Let's give you a round of applause, please. Thank you very much. He's going to be assisted by Engineer Professor Ebola. Engineer Professor Ebola here, please. Engineer Professor Ebola.
I'm Engineer Additional Ogunde from Lagos State Public Works Corporation. I listened when one of the coordinators was emphasizing on the fact to reassess or reappraise the code with respect to collapse. And I think one thing that will also help us is the data with respect to number of collapse of buildings, looking at it in proportion to the number of buildings that have been built. We talk of collapse, but this same code is being used by engineers, by builders in some areas, and these buildings are still standing. So if we're able to get analytical data that shows the number of buildings being built and the number that is collapsing, because I also know that with respect to this code, there is an efficient and effective percentage consideration that makes it valid. I'm also sure it's not 100%. All these codes and standards that we are using, they are not 100% proof. They have their own, what do we call it? Areas of laxity or what? Even if it's 10%, there's still something subject to other conditions. So it will be good while still considering the data as has been recommended, even if it's the students that are doing research, so that we'll know the number of buildings that have been considered, probably 1,000 buildings, and we take the 1,000 buildings in consideration, probably at a time frame for a year, how many of them actually collapsed. It will help us to have an analysis with respect to the rate concerning the code. But I want to probably submit, because it's one thing we know in Nigeria, that the level of compromise is high. And I wouldn't want to tilt more towards the goal. I would rather prefer to tilt more, like the presenter said, towards monitoring of the construction. The level of compromise in the Nigerian construction industry is very high. Go and look at the iron now. We have Standard Organization of Nigeria. I'm not sure if they are here in this conference. And if they are here, who is certifying products? Strength of materials. We are talking of 12 mm. 12 mm that used to be is now 8 mm. 16 mm that used to be is now 12 mm. And still we are following the same standard of practice. It can't work. It's penny wise and foolish. If the material strength could be monitored effectively and sizes of materials remain consistent with what it should be, I want to believe that the necessary percentage of addition to standard practice will be met. But compromises are everywhere. Monitoring has its own challenges. People exchange. Thank you very much, sir. My name is Engineer Ayekusi from Ekiti, the chapter chairman. I appreciate the presenter and the organizers of this technical session. My note is on this. Recently, maybe some months and years ago, we are experiencing another trend, which is flooding. Flooding is one thing that actually we design for, especially where we don't have prone areas of buildings. And this is one of the effects that we have, buildings that are causing collapse. So I don't know, maybe this one will be factored too in the code that we are preparing. Yes, where there is no prone, where there's where flooding is not prone before, we should incorporate buildings designed so that we can take care of flooding of buildings. Thank you.
Study critical loads of frames. I know that most schools don't do it again. Am I correct? They don't do it again. It may not have been foundation problem. Your buildings can be there or it can sway. It has sway, collapse, all this. It could be sway, collapse. And so if he has what we know, 100 kilometers can be carried by that building. That is for when there is no problem. When there is sway and the bottom is fixed, what will have is 76% of that. So before you get to 100%, the building has collapsed. You can compare with the critical loads by On and Marchant. You can read McMean. You can read other codes. And you must take control of that. It is caused by slight wind. Any perturbation to just go and go like that because we don't do it again. So when we go back to school, let us go back to those old syllabus of structural engineering and bring them back. They should know what stability functions are. So apart from the technical lesson, in structures, we know that building area can be straight, building will still sway and collapse, but it's missing in most of our syllabus now. Do discussion on the next paper. It's a very good, it's an expert in that area. Please somebody call the ES for me.
Actually, building collapse bring negative impact to the reputation of engineers, not only in Nigeria, but all over the world, wherever they occur. As such, there is a need to address this problem because in a challenging economy, it will not be proper to have such. And in the paper, you made mention of one important factor, which I must take home, SCM, Structural Condition Monitoring. And you've made us to understand that there's a need for building to be checked through impact testing all through the lifetime during the application of the load. And in that, you may have safe structural system. You went ahead and also brought us to the point to understand structural stability. That at all points, the structure must be able to be in stable condition during the application of load, be it dynamic or the self-weight of the building. It should continually be in equilibrium to maintain structural stability. Therefore, you also mentioned load application, deformation, failure. All these together must be checked for effect of loading to ensure that building collapse does not really occur. You also may understand that beyond design, you should also check for after design through destructive and non-destructive testing method. And with that, we will be able to have an improved reputation on the part of engineers for having lower collapses, which you have mentioned as negatively impacting the reputation of engineers. I wouldn't want to go through much detail of it because our time is also fast spent, but I think you have done justice. It is on that I brought out this salient point that there is a need to continually monitor the structural components of the building in order not to have the problem of building collapse. Also, the use of incompetent engineers. We are also advised not to involve incompetent engineers. That reminds me of the basic course we take in engineering, engineers in society, where at every point ensure that professionalism is maintained. And on that, I will say thank you, Ewa Folabi, for presenting the paper titled Impact of Building Collapse on Structural Development, Challenges and Solutions. At this point, I will say we will welcome comments, questions on the paper, but I will hand over to the chairman to continue on that. Thank you very much.
National anthem as our Professor Izogini is right here on the podium. He's going to be assisted by Engineer Dr. Sonny Ali and Engineer Dr. Olanio. So if these distinguished gentlemen are around, please locate the technical section 3 area and start proceeding. At the same time, I would urge the presenters as well as the audience that are interested in the presentations in technical section 3 to also locate the area and get themselves seated. There are a few things we need to be here. We need to bring a table so that the class can comfortably seated before we can start the session. We have the chairmanship of and will be supported by Engineer Dr. Seke and Engineer Dr. Maria. Please, can we give you a round of applause? I cannot hear you, please. Thank you very much. Then concurrently, we are going to have the community drafting committee see side by side so that as we finish, they will have extracted the relevant information we need for us to put together to develop the community. So in this case, I want to invite Engineer Professor Felix Odini. You just need to sit in the front row. I don't need to come to the high table. And then we'll be joined by Engineer B.D. Boat, the chairman of the chapter, and Engineer Professor Hashim and like itself. So we will constitute the community drafting committee. When the session is completed, Engineer Professor S.T. Orumu will also join the community drafting committee. Thank you very much. So I'll hand over proceedings to the chairman of the session to guide us through the presentation. Thank you very much.
Today, we're expecting 11 papers. That's what we're supposed to go with. But present here as at now are just 3 papers. Unfortunately, each section has a paper to present. For the technical section 1, impact of building collapse on social development. No, they are coming. Labi Olusegun Adeleke to present a paper, impact of building collapse on social development challenges and solutions. Put your hands together for him.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Welcome to the conference. So the paper presentation is by Afolabi is impact of building collapse on social development. So next slide. So we know collapse is a challenging issue recently in Nigeria and especially some states within the country. And it's not very comfortable. It doesn't give a good scenario to especially practitioners who are civil engineers or structural engineers because it demoralizes strength or ability. You don't feel comfortable when you see situation of collapse. Now makes it so worrisome. So I'll go through the presentation by looking at structural characteristics. That is what makes a structure load bearing. That is what gives a structure the ability to sustain load. That is structural stability. Then when you apply load onto structure, what happens? Why can it not go into motion? Why is it fixed why must it be fixed in position? Sir? So why must a structure be fixed in position to be able to sustain the load, or how is it sustained in a position? Then we look at structures and the constraint systems. What are the requirements that makes the position of static equilibrium an important in structures? So loading, deformation, and degradation. Those are essential conditions, things that happen during structural performance. When you are loading a structure, it deforms, after which it degrades. So classification of structural collapse, socio-economic impact of collapse. How do we feel as practitioners? What is the effect of collapse on clients, people that developers, and then how do we monitor, how do we checkmate collapse, that is structural deformation or degradation? How do we as practitioners, how can we do structural condition monitoring? Then conclusion, we need a safe structural system. Next slide. So first, social characteristic is stability. That is what makes ability to maintain static equilibrium conditions during load application with little deformation and defined within permissible limits. Usually when we are designing structure, we always emphasize on checking for permissible limits. It's a design criteria. That is, you don't want your loading to go beyond certain extent. You don't want your deformation to go beyond certain limits. So, and then why we're doing that, because we want to ensure that during load application, the structure is fit and remain fit throughout the stage of loading. So, because this structural load creates stresses that leads to strain, deformation, and strength reduction over a period of time. As you apply load onto your system, it deforms, it's natural, it's expected. Then, over a period of time, it leads to reduction in the initial strength that has been given to the structure. So later we have structural failure, which is the loss of load-bearing capacity, making structure to be unfit and unstable for load application, which later results in collapse. So not that collapse is something that is not expected. If you take, for example, we are going to the lab to test our cube or to test our specimen. To get to a time that that specimen that we're taking to the lab will collapse. So that means it's an expected condition, but the condition must not be during working condition of a structure. So that's why when it becomes worrisome. When you're not doing functional use of the structure, it's like the usage is not anticipated, it was not followed. So which is not engineering. As an engineer, because of the safety of our equipment, we must monitor the performance. At what stage is this still useful? At what stage will it become redundant? Will it become not useful? Next slide. Now, a stable structure remains in static equilibrium position throughout the period of load application. That is when the use is comfortable. If it's in static equilibrium, the use is comfortable. You can apply unanticipated load onto the system after that period. Then which static equilibrium, the summation of F is 0 or summation of M is satisfied for all particle points on the rigid body system. Stability is fundamental characteristic of dynamical system and functions that describe time-dependent displacement of points in geometric space. Because a rigid body comprises of particle points, and then at every time that you are applying a load to the particle to the rigid body, the load is transmitted throughout all the body, and each component at all times must remain in position. So that's why. So otherwise, the system now the system is supported by the theory of a minimum displacement. Displacement is a vector that describes the change from initial to final position of a point within a straight line. The principle indicates that displacement of rigid body must be relatively minimal and negligible. Displacement of a rigid body must be relatively minimal and for it to be assumed at rest. For example, I take this object as a structure. If I make a small shape, it can move. So that means I've emphasized there can be displacement on that object. So now, the concept assumed a rest position for structures during load application since delta x is equal to 0 and negligible, and that is static equilibrium, which is Newton's first law, a body must remain in static equilibrium condition. The virtual work principle also supports the argument. Considering the condition of a static equilibrium, the virtual work done by forces acting on rigid body during any virtual displacement is 0. Because we are applying a force, there is expectation of displacement. A force tendency is to cause motion. So let's say W is equal to force times delta x, but for structure, my delta x is equal to 0. That means the work done on that object is equal to 0. So, but when you are applying a force onto a body and then you are saying the work done is 0, that means that work done is virtual work. It's a work that cannot be seen, that is not identified, but is done onto the rigid body, onto the body, within the body. Next slide. Structural system enables transfer of load through interconnected structural components to the ground where the structure is expected to be anchored and held firmly in the substructure. We all know the structural system. We say we have the substructure where the foundation is and the surrounding environment and surrounding soil. Then we have the superstructure comprising the stories and whatever level we are taking. All the load, all the structural activity is in the superstructure. So where we determine all the loading, physical load. Then on the ground, we have other conditions, which is the environmental loads that could occur onto it. So structural systems are categorized as superstructure above and substructure within. Examples are slab, beams, columns, shear walls, staircase, shallow and deep foundation. Next slide. Now, constraints are system parameters that provide resistance to movement of rigid body system to enable static equilibrium condition. In structural system, constraints are supports and reactive forces that restrain the motion of it. So for a structure to remain in static equilibrium, that means there must be adequate constraints. So whether at the substructure level or even where you are connecting the systems together, the components together, the constraints must ensure stability and ensure stable equilibrium. There must not be displacement, and even the deformation must not cause displacement at connection at the joints or whichever place. Next slide. This is a typical structural form and constraint system. We have the columns, we have the beams, we have the slab. Then where they are joined together, that's the joints. Then, but this is simplified form of a requirement of joints or connections. You have a roller where you allow minimal displacement. You have a pin where you can allow some, but then you have a fixed joint where there must be rigid this thing. Then you have a simple frictionless surface. Next slide. Loads, deformation, structural failure. We all know what loads are. Then examples of load on structures. Next slide. Deformation, transformation of a body from a stable to unstable configuration. Rate of deformation is sequential through load application that leads to stress, strain, fatigue, fracture, or structural collapse. All these are strength reduction characteristics as a result of a load. But what we need is that applied stress must always be less than permissible stress for safe load application. For safe load, and that is where structural monitoring comes in. For safe load application, since you know you must apply load onto your system, for safety of your load, you must always check the effects of load on the system. So next slide. Now challenges, that is socio-economic challenge. We have the social impact of solar collapse presents negative perception of engineering personnel with that of low professional integrity. And then professional incompetency must not be tolerated in engineering practice in order to avoid technical mistakes. Because someone who does not have, who is not equipped with the requirements will find it difficult and to identify all the necessary conditions to support a structure in stable position. Next slide. During social collapse, the location becomes undefined and then requires some public concerns. Thus, the public must accept our attitude as construction work is professional and requires competent participation of engineers with adequate knowledge and relevant training to execute. Next slide. Now, the solution is structural condition monitoring. Though it will look simplified, but a structure, because of the giant nature and then management that it requires, procedure used for analyzing strength of such possibly for continuous loading and estimate of remaining structural life for safe home application. Structural testing are then classified as follows. Validation of design verification. After a design, there should be a confirmatory test to show that the design is perfect, will work well. Then analytical test, which is mathematical models for stress analysis based on the Young's modulus, stress and strain, all relations strain energy. So since you start with an initial strain energy, you can determine the stress after a while, and then the strain, the residual strain, then you can determine the energy consumed and then the remaining energy. That's the structural life. Now the experimental test, which is the non-destructive test, and then we have the destructive test. Conclusion. Collapse results from a variety of conditions as well as unstable structural system. When the system is unstable, for example, means that maybe the beams, the columns, the joints are not fitting together as expected, or excessive deflection, such as a differential displacement buckling. Structural life can be enhanced by conducting structural health monitoring and integrity tests to determine the fatigue level and suitability for continuous load application. Socio-economic impact of structural collapse is very complex and unbearable, as it presents a condition of sudden economic loss to property owners, which also affects confidence of engineering personnel in the future, and similar professional transactions with China. That's why we see sometimes when collapse occurs, Korean or NSC will first of all sanction the engineer based on two things. One, the person's mood has been damaged in the first instance to protect himself to enable his stability. Second, he needs to be evaluated to know where his mistake will have come from. Now, lastly, enforcing and regulation of professional practice becomes very vital because of the critical nature of structural development concerning human and capital resources, and also the need to eliminate the influence of incompetent practitioners in engineering practice. Thank you very much.
Put your hands together for him. When you tell us this is what caused the problem, is that we cannot go back to these things were not handled. Because most of those structures, they stayed for some time before they went away, they collapsed. So if you tell us that a structure can stay for after 5-10 years, it collapsed. After 15 years, very age is understood. Let us know why they are collapsing. Then the challenges and why it's now making people begin to build bungalow or maybe start building thatched houses. These are the kind of expectations from the topic you have. I think, let me now come back to some of those things. I have discussed, maybe presented papers, and recently discovered that most of the buildings that collapsed due to column failure, not necessarily material failure. Most of them, it is usually the vertical things that come down. You go, you see the beams almost intact, the slabs intact, but almost all the columns come down. Even the vertical one tile on that building also collapse. And I recommended, or I am still recommending, that the code of practice we have, whether UK or British or whatever, is not taking Nigeria into companies. Let every school go back and start loading simple rod, and find that rod you are loading is not correct compared to what is in the code. Port Harcourt branch has a paper on that one. I think it's with the national. You could read it. You could read it. When you load columns, it's not that they say 0.4 FCU that. I would say 0.4 FCU plus what again? 0.67, 0.8 that. Try for the steel whether it's working. Take it portion by portion. Take the steel alone and test. Take the clump alone and test. You find that it is dependent on length. And length is not in any of those formulas. You just tell you check if it is slender or not. It is not true. It is not true. Let us go back and begin to look for it. I was so interested that I had to begin to look at the code one after the other. Length must be involved in every design you do. If it's a short color like you load the calculator from point is high, not necessarily L over D is equal to 15 or less than 10, whichever way we look at it. Let us take it. Those in the academia, you can go and try it. Those in the industry, you can test it and see if that 0.4 distance is really working. It is not. We've already had something at the right time. When we are invited, we will come and show to the world what we have. But it's already in our paper sent to the national headquarters, and you'll see it. And with those challenges, you can believe that if we go back to our codes and begin to look at how we're going to do that, in fact, write our own code based on experimentation. And Mr. Chairman is not here. As I said, since Nigeria is not sponsoring code of practice, let us do it this way. When we come for conferences, let's tell all schools, give them 30% of your research should be based on this particular thing. And so the students are sponsoring for their project work. Supervisors and sponsors will bring the result and calculate. Over 5 to 10 years, Nigeria will have a good data to begin to do something better. And with this, I want to call for questions, not to me, to the presenter, and further contributions. If you have any, answer.
I want to ask my name is Engineer Dr. Sonny E. Ali from Warri Chapter of NICE, and I'm a National Vice Chairman of NICE. My question is on structural condition monitoring. I listened to the paper, very good paper you presented. Presenting a paper is by no means an easy job. I'm there, so I know what it takes. But when you mentioned structural condition monitoring, in our setting, you talked more on structures that are already existing, and you never gave us time. Because we cannot be monitoring structures every day for economic reasons. Over there in developed world, it is a cyclical thing, whereby they say every 2 years, so that in doing that, you reduce to the barest minimum the failures that will take place. I want to add that in our setting, we could give it 2 or 3 years to monitor these structures generally, because it's not one structure we are monitoring. It's a whole lot of structures, maybe in a local government, and then it translates to state, and then the federal. So I would like to add personally that time, 2 years or 3 years as is done in most places, so that it could be economical and at the same time. Also, I am not unmindful of the fact that what we do here mostly is the fire brigade approach, whereby it is only when you have seen that a structure has collapsed, virtually is in serious distress, and nothing to save it. That is the time that we begin to run around to check. So in my opinion, we should add time component into it. And then also when we talk about structural condition monitoring, we should not forget that many of the failures that we have had in this climate of recent are even on projects under construction. So it shows that the tests, the quality control of our projects, even during construction, is suspect. Thank you so much.
Hi Chief, Alex Ifeanyi. I'm of Oka chapter. I'm the chapter chairman of Oka, Anambra State. Yes, as a some time ago, roughly 2 to 3 weeks ago, a 2-story building collapsed on East Southwest at Orifite. Orifite is in OPC local government, Anambra State, killing 2 people. That particular case is still under investigation. And I just want to ask the presenter, what might be the likely cause of that particular collapse? 2-story building is not a first structure. And then we are told that before the building came down totally, it just like swing, because it did not just collapse on it, because it collapsed one side, everything. And it has a basement. You mentioned some elements that may be the likely cause, but when the presenter was presenting it, did not dwell so much about this. So I want him to tell us what might be the likely cause of such a collapse. Thank you.
My discussion actually centered most on the design, theoretical part of the design requirements for building, and then later which will be supported by what the vice chairman said when he talked about the social monitoring and then the impact that is, can we put the time factor into monitoring. So now, not that the time factor cannot be placed into monitoring, it's necessary and it's part of monitoring. We are talking about general routine monitoring, but structure is a special case, it's a special object. Being that it varies, the loading for different structures varies. For example, let's take a building, for example. A building is occupied by humans. So that means the residents here also should be part of the monitor. For example, when you identify a crack within a building, you should be able to take smaller notes and then be concerned about the requirements. So, but by subjecting to timing that every time the authority will come and then view the loading condition and estimate of deformation on a building, it cannot be something that can easily be specified. It's not even that can easily be specified. But saying 1 year, 2 years, say a building after so period of 25 years is classified as distressed. So for a classified distressed building, then we can say after 1 year we monitor to look at the structural damages, the social implication, and then to advise on use. So that is my take on that. But basically it's loading, deformation and liquidation, because you don't want to get to the extent of liquidation before now taking a panicking measure. So by subjecting time to it too, could enable seriousness. So in that case, the collapse of 2-story building that and then it doesn't know the reason. One, you mentioned the design that it was not framed, and then it was not framed 2-story, meaning that's about it's about 3 floors, 2 suspended floors. Then with 2 suspended floors, and then you said it's tilted, meaning that it's swayed. So maybe it could be its construction fault, because there are no joint. It's only a slab and then the walls. Yes, sir. Different without a training, it shows you are using your own wisdom, not following the advice of the engineering rules. You want to make additions, sir?
Sorry.
Can I put hands together for him? Let's clap properly for him. You cannot come back to sit down. The second paper.
Let's call the second paper Engineer A.O. Israel M. Shehu, S.A. Nuruddin, and the presenter is Engineer A.O. Israel on comparative analysis of 60-70 bitumen to polymerize modified bitumen. Sasso bits in flexible road pavement. Can we have engineer A.O. Israel?
Dignitaries present and the audience. Permit me to stand on the existing protocol. My name is ORIYOMI, the final year student of the Federal University of Technology, Mina. I'm talking on comparative analysis of 60-70 bitumen to provide modified bitumen in flexible road pavement. I co-authored this paper with Shehu Mohammed and Sulaiman Rudin, present here. Now to the slide. Next slide, please. Introduction. Consider transportation is more than the movement of goods and services. It is a bridge that links community together as well as their activities, as we all know. While road is an improved path for movement from one place to another by enemies of convenience, a pavement is a mixture of processed and unprocessed materials arranged over unimproved terrains and designed to accommodate all types of traffic. Bitumen is a thick, sticky, dark liquid or semi-solid that is made up of petroleum. It is classified as a pitch which exists in nature as asphalt lakes and tars and may be found in natural deposits or as a refined product. Bitumen is primarily employed 70% in the construction of road, where it serves as a glue or binder when combined with aggregates to make the asphalt concrete. Now, modified bituminous material can bring benefits to highway construction in terms of long-lasting roads and savings in service life cost value. Bitumen in its pure form, though suitable for road construction, still needs to undergo modification to make it exhibit its best performance. This is the reason for the interest in bitumen modification aimed at enhancing its properties and performance. In lieu of the aforementioned, this research carried out a comprehensive analysis of 60-70 bitumen to polymerize modified bitumen using Sasso bits in the flexible road pavement, aimed at improving the overall performance, efficiency, and service life of asphalt pavement through modified bitumen. Said at the beginning that bitumen in its pure state is good, but being modified can make it better. And before getting here, so please back to this slide. Yes. So modifying it to make it better than the natural state, which is one of the things that occurs in today's road. And some of the common failures that occur on the surface, as you can see in the next slide, includes rotting, fatigue, crack, ravening. And it has come to understanding that in the construction of road, main emphasis has been made to the subgrade, but in this topic, in this paper, we'll be looking more at the surface. That's why we're working on the Sasso bits and its advantage. Next slide. Why Sasso bits? Why Sasso bits? Why are we modifying the bitumen? Nigerian roads are susceptible to rotting and fatigue crack caused by essentially high wind loads, a wide temperature range between seasons, and sometimes even between day and night on the same day. And Sasso bit, which we'll be using as the modifier, is a synthetic hardwax which has been successful worldwide in asphalt road construction. Sasso bit ensures complete process reliability for all asphalt mix application at all times, including under advanced conditions. Even the most demanding asphalt application, even e.g. heavy duty mixes for airports or container terminal, will work with an additive as versatile as Sasso bit. On top of that, all asphalt mixes can be produced at regulated temperature when using Sasso bit, protecting resources and saving costs. Next slide, please. So we'll be talking now. One of the benefits of Sasso bit in when we modify it with the natural normal 60-70 bitumen is that it enhances the workability, it improves the process reliability, temperature reduction, early traffic release, increased stability, extended life. The workability, and it also helps in be able to compact lane and compacting at a very regulated temperature. It helps in the early traffic release, that is, when the road is being constructed, instead of closing down the road for a long time, due to its advantage in temperature variation, it can help ease the traffic on time, that is compacted, laid and compacted, and then the road can be opened as soon as possible for traffic release. Then the enhanced workability I said earlier. Next slide please. Okay. The materials used in the comparison, we used the bitumen grade penetration of 60-70, which happens to be the most common used penetration grade of bitumen in road construction. Aggregate or blended gradation containing sand of 0 to 4 mm, stone dust of 0 to 5 mm, crushed stone of 4 to 8 mm, and 8 to 60 mm. That's for both difference of the wearing cost and that of the binding cost. And we have the sasobit itself, which we added to the bitumen, and the trichloroethylene, which we used also in able to separate them and test the bituminous percentage there. Okay, now we'll be discussing about this, the 60-70 grade bituminous specification. The penetration at an ambient temperature of 25 degrees Celsius, measured in millimeters. These were some of the results we obtained, and these were the specifications according to those standards. So now we'll be looking at the results and see the advantage in the road construction. Okay. For the purpose of this study, the tests that were conducted were limited to some tests within the penetration test, softening point test, flash point, specific derivative, and the Marshall tests. Please go ahead. So the penetration test helps us to know how soft or hard the bitumen can be, and it is done at an ambient temperature of 25 degrees Celsius, whereby the more the needle goes down, we'll be able to, and it is measured in millimeter, to know the degree of softness or hardness of the bitumen. The softening point helps us to know the degree of softness of the bitumen. That is, when it's being too soft or being too hard. And this is measured in degrees Celsius. The flash point test helps us to know the temperature at which the bitumen can catch on fire easily. Then the Marshall test helps us to know the loads, the maximum loads this bituminous material can carry. Next slide. So now we'll be looking at the various percentage of bitumen were carried out, to various percentage of sasobit were added to the bitumen, and we try to look at the effect, if indeed it's an advantage to the road pavement or is of a disadvantage. So at 0%, that's the natural 60-70 bitumen. It gave us a penetration of 63.2. That is the millimeter at which, after taking the needle test of an IQ substance, it gave us 63.2. At 1%, we had 14.3. At 1.5%, we had 44.8. At 2.0, we have 39.3. At 2.5, we have 33, and we can see that the results decreased, meaning that it added advantage in the penetration of the bitumen, rather than it being in its natural state of 0%. Then the softening point, which we say help us to know how soft the bitumen can be, because in knowing the softening point, it helps us to know that at some point the bitumen can lose its viscous elastic property, binding properties, and at what degree can this thing start to occur? So at 0%, when we have the 60-70 itself, it was giving us 49.3. At 1% we had 60.4. At 1.5 we had 64.6. We can see that it was increasing, and in the increase of this, it will show that at increase of the stasobit, there is an increase in softening points. That is how soft the bitumen is getting high. Then the flash point decreased down again, the specific gravity and the Marshall stability, which will help us to know the maximum load the pavement will carry. It was increasing. At 0% we have 9.9. At 1% we have 10.9. At 1.5 we have 11.4. At 2 we have 11.9, and it was increasing. That's it. Okay. This is just to show us that it increased in the graphical form. Okay. From the outcome of the research, the following are the conclusion. The properties of the bitumen, such as the softening point, specific gravity, and Marshall stability, increased with increasing stasobit content in the modified bitumen, and as such, the penetration and the flash point decreased as said earlier. And increasing this stasobit, just like we said, helps to prevent as the softening point increases, this helps in tackling rots, because it was noted that for a good bitumen, it must be to prevent brittleness and thermal cracking. That's why it is an advantage of it being increasing. Then the penetration points decrease, which also is good. The decrease in softening points in the modified bitumen increase can be attributed to increase in melting point of the polymer bitumen. This attribute will help in mitigating the effect of temperature variation of bitumen, especially in tropic regions like Nigeria. Then this sasobit, one of the advantage also that we can see there is temperature variation, as said here, because the temperature which can lead to the oxidization of the bituminous properties, that is when the temperature increase. But in addition of this sasobit, it helps to cater for that type of event. The results show that a decrease in penetration of bitumen due to hardening of the modified bitumen with increased sasobit coverage increase its resistance to shoving and rotting under direct reload. That is, the bitumen has gained some hardness by adding sasobit to it, which helps in reducing rotting and increasing its resistance to shoving. Generally, modification of bitumen with sasobit will help in improving the rheological and strength properties of the bitumen, and hence it enhances its use for wearing and binding costs in road pavements. It's used heavily because it is the surface of the road that is in direct contact with the wheel roads. By incorporating sasobit modified bitumen into the asphaltic concrete, it confers an advantage on it over an unmodified road in terms of cost and elongation of pavement service life. Thank you.
Thank you very much. He did it again. That you are calling this sasobit or sasobite or sasobite?
Sasobit.
Good morning, fellow engineers. I stand on the existing protocol. Yeah, this is a good presentation. But as my co-discussant has said, when you are adding something, you should know the availability. Where do you source for this source? Is it available in this country? And then you give us the detail. What is the exact percent that we add? Because we mentioned that when you add this 4%, in your conclusion, you mentioned that you reduce rotting, shifting on pavement. Have they tried it anywhere? Have they used it to know whether you reduce those defects? Because, you know, in this country, the main material we use for asphalt production is this 60-70. And you are trying to distort it or to add something. Even if you reduce the cost, how will it last? You are saying that it will last longer than the conventional 60-70. Are you sure of those properties you are talking about? Because we have different weather conditions in this country. Like in the far north, the weather is very hot there. So adding all those things, then in the southwest, the weather is cold, south. So you would have expand to us and give us the exact quantity to add, and then check the cost analysis. How effective will it be? How cheap will it be? Cheaper than using the pure 60-70 we are used to? So that we will know, so that we can maybe include it in our journal. And also, it's a good presentation, but you need to put more in research to know the limits that we are supposed to put to get the best for this country. Because we are talking about economy. We want to see how we can save costs. Because in engineering, when you do construction and you don't save costs, you are not an engineer. Any construction you do, you need to save costs. So if the cost can be cheaper, then it's another good idea, but the limits should be specified so that we know which direction we are going to. And since you say it will be longer, it will serve longer. I will be tested and you see it will stay longer than the conventional 60-70 we are using. Thank you very much.
What you said, you have given us an opportunity to begin to note. But in the first instance, I want to start on the presentation itself, what we can see from the board, from the stage. If you go to the slides 1 and 2 and probably 3, it's like somebody reading newspapers. So, because PowerPoint is about, yes, just your points. That's right. Well, it's all right. Please take note of that in the future. The other question is, SASTOY, how is it obtained? How is the 60-70 polymerized something? How is it also obtained? So that you start from where you begin to. I want to compare the two. And when comparing also, you also want to compare costs. Then you also came to a stage where you said that the softening process, you need to tell us at which rate is the softening happening. The rate at which that process that makes it something nice for you or for us to be able to take home about. So that you need to let us to know for the future. Others have already given things like the cost of which one or the other. Either as a replacement or so forth, at what cost. So that we now know at what stage are we going to keep, or do you want us to have the SASTOY as 100% rather than 60-70? Thank you very much.
If I was from Oka. Yes, the SASTOY, so many questions have been asked about it. But my worry is that the 60-70 bitumen have been using in our roads and highways have been failing because of the rods and the cracks that are visible all over the places. Now the question I want to ask is if this SASTOY is being tested as an additive so that we are not going to achieve a better route management, where has it been used and how many years has it been tested to enable us assuage the disability of it? Thank you.
Engineer Aliyu. Well, mine, I want to make an observation on the discussion. Really, the young man has tried in presenting his papers as far as challenges being observed, which were very good. But the main work of this person is not precise or condemn the presenter. They ask both to summarize, bring in strengths and weaknesses, and try to highlight important and beneficial points to the better understanding of the audience. There's no harm for this person decide to ask questions, but their job is not precise or condemn a presenter. They're supposed to discuss to better understanding of the larger audience. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no, we're only discussing because we came here to know and then to learn and to know better. Like I didn't talk much here because it's not my area. If it's structure, I'll be talking and talking. But then it doesn't mean you will not ask questions. Ask the question the way it is on the bottom of your belly and let him answer. It is the system everywhere and it's going to help us. And I'm telling you now, what we have asked here, you think it's criticism has helped the young man. Please answer the questions. The application of SASTOY will just going up, iron. It means that when you put SASTOY up 100%, you would have achieved the best road on earth. You would have increased it to an extent where we see a drop. Till you maximum you added was 4%. Everything was going up and up like that. For us to get into our main journal, he has to do more work. Let us get to that point where it begins to return. I think with this, I'll call on the discussants, one from the academia and the one from the field, FEMA, to discuss it in highway. We have with us Chief Engineer Nampan Joro, a Chief Engineer with FEMA. You'll be discussing after Engineer Fulabi will discuss. You have 3 minutes each to discuss the paper. Put your hands together for Engineer Fulabi.
Just chapter chairman. I want to ask, is this SASTOY an additive or is used as a replacement of the 6070? Because you are designing your asphalt, but normally our asphalt is designed using the 6070 and other aggregates. So are you using the SASTOY as an additive, or we are using it as a replacement of the 6070?
Or we are trying to. Yes, I'm coming out to answer one of the questions. Like SASTOY, it's a product from SASTOY Performance, from the Flesher Church, gotten from South Africa. I happened to get in touch with it when I was doing my IT at Julius Berger. That was 2019 to 2020. So that was when I got to know that they use SASTOY. And what made me go into the research more from what it's like, they were using mainly 2.5% of that's the percentage added, not replacing 60-70, it's added. So I was like, if we are using 2.5, so I want to go more and see what happens before and after 2.5. So that was where I got to know from the question I asked. And my dad said, compared with other modifications like nylon and tires, I've not done that. I've not done that research, but it's something I'll try to look into. Okay, at which rate is the softening happening? See, one thing about, like, for my little knowledge, is that failures can happen. Just like you said, both structures, anything can fail. But what we're trying to say is that now, if these things keep happening, just like you said, the cost, if these things keep happening and we go on, keep on repairing, the cost will keep on increasing. But what we are trying to say is that if we can add this thing to it from the test we have seen, it helps to a large extent by reducing this thing. Softening just like the softening occurs at times due to heavy traffic. And we have come to a point that we focus mainly on the subgrade, like I said earlier, but we have to now focus also on the surface because it is the one that is having direct contact with the wheel loads. So if proper care is taken and look into the surface, or from what I discussed earlier, it will help reducing that because all these ones now, these failures, will like the fatigue cap will later open up and can lead to photos, which will later even affect the subgrade below. So now, the softening point help us to know the degree at which how soft it is from the result we showed, and we saw that the SASTOY helps towards increase the softening point. And we know that the design wheel loads before coming to place will surely at some point later increase with time. And looking into that, if we design with something that is weak at the surface and at a point whereby the design wheel load, just like in Lagos here that we see traffic keep on happening every time, with the surface now has to be a preventive measure also to some point whereby it can fight against this thing as a whole body. Okay, yes, I think I've answered where has it been used. I said it was used at this Lagos Shagamu Expressway. Yes, going on now. Yes.
Thank you. It's not easy to get that courage to come out while still in school. Thank you very much for the wonderful presentation.
For time's sake, we go to the third paper and it will be presented by one of us here. But you do from there. I'll come here now.
Yes, the paper now is a hypothetical approach in data acquisition for on-gate river basin modeling in a challenging economy. It's going to be presented by Dr. Emi Francis Oseke.
Yeah, that's okay. Engineer Dr. Francis Oseke, and I'll be presenting an hypothetical approach to data acquisition and river basin modeling. Hold on. I'm from the water sector, and there what we do is about impact assessment and prediction of water resource system, because if something is not done, something will go wrong. And if something is done, you can be able to know the extent to which something can go wrong. And if something is done as well, or if something is being done, you can also know what will work and what will not work. So in that case, let's go. Here, Nagada River in Maiduguri in 2018, something was not done as such. Something got bad. In Goroyo 2017, something was also not done and something happened. As well, in Kangimi, in Kaduna, something was not done as such. Something happened. That's where we will be talking. And if something is to be done in a challenging system, what do? You look for alternative without compromising quality. But first of all, how do we describe a challenging system? This is part of a wider project that has been partly presented in Benin Republic in 2021. As such, it's an ongoing research. It's worth knowing that in the challenging economy, you will have things like difficulties that will lead to slow or sluggish growth of the economy. This can be caused by instabilities, natural disasters, outbreaks like your popular COVID-19. And the impact will be excessive financial burden that will alter the conventional way of doing things. In such, the status quo has to be altered. But it has to be altered without compromising quality. Let's go. The background. Here, how do we now factor in the concept of river basin modeling in a challenging economy? Well, first of all, what is a river basin? This is simply a portion of land that is drained by rivers. And in Africa, we have a couple of them because it is a river basin that helps for the effective management of our water resources that is not uniformly distributed. We have the Lake Turkana, this is in Kenya. We have the Lake Juba, that is in South Sudan. We have the Lake Ugo in Gabon, of course the Congo River. The Kolevo, which is in Mozambique. We have the Senegal, of course Senegal, Volta in Ghana. Your popular Niger River Basin, Lake Chad, Zambezi, Nile, and Orange, of course Limpopo. These are major African river basins that helps for the management of water resources by what? By predicting the impact if something is done. But what do you use if something is done? Data. And if data is not available, your prediction will not be correct. So if we have a problem and we cannot access the conventional way of getting data, we will now come to what? Hypothetical approach. And this has been tested and it shows level of what? Efficiency. Let's go. Subsequently in Nigeria, we still have our own peculiar basins. We have the Sokoto Rima, of course, in Sokoto. We have the Hadija Jamari that is around the Kano Jigawa axis, Upper Benue, Upper Niger, Adamawa and Niger, Cross River, Anambra Imo, Upper Niger, Bini Owena, and Yogun Osun. These are statutory basins that helps for effective management of water resources in Nigeria. Furthermore, to further enhance the use of the water, because one, it is not uniformly distributed. Where it might be needed most, it might not be available in that quantity. As such, dams are being provided to store the water during low flow for optimal utilization. Therefore, what does dam do? Dam helps to take care of the water variability in occurrence by providing it during time of drought. As such, they can be what help the hydrological system. But don't forget, these are artificial structures. So when they are built, it is possible that will alter the natural flow of the water. That is, priority will be given to those who need it. But in doing that, the concept of integrated water resource management will now come up to know what you need and what exactly will be allocated to you. But we will not forget, once you store this water, the concept of climate change comes in. And in prediction, you can take away climate change components. And the key components in climate change are your rainfall and what? Temperature. So it is on that basis, this paper will be looking at how we can optimally, hypothetically, get those rainfall and data that will serve as our primary input for river basin modeling. Yes, for effective modeling, we rely on the what they call the GCMs, the Global Climate Models, which operates on a global scale. But of course, me and you know, climate change is a global phenomenon, but the impact is felt at the immediate environment. For example, if you have a climate change globally, the flood will affect you in your compound. So you know that the impact are always personal. But because they are global components, they do not reflect the uniqueness of our local environment. So, regional climate models were developed to look at the peculiarity. But even at that, when you take Lagos, for example, as a region, the rainfall pattern of Lagos might not be what? The same. So what do? We now have to take what is on ground, modify it and apply it to our local environment. Because whatever we're experiencing today is a product of the past. So what we'll be experiencing in the future will be how best we modernize what we have today. It is on that basis I will be introducing the concept of hypothetical scenario as used to optimize the present climate system. And how does this work? How does this work? It works on the principle of a model, where you build a model that replicates the real environment and you look for how to apply it on the physical environment to see how best the model deviates from the natural. And you cannot do that, you can't do that without understanding the concept of a model. This is an informative representation of our objects for what? That represents or shows the system and look in a way to predict how best the system can behave when tried in the real world. Now, from the analysis we have globally, it is expected. Now, this is where we will take our concept. It is expected that the climate will increase from 0.8 to 2 degrees in the next 50 years. Now, what this means is that what we are having today as water, if you have this increase, how does it affect us? And how can we cope in the next 30 or 40 years? It is that we now apply an increase of this on our present situation and see that in the next 50 years, this is the possible behavior of how the system will look like and how well can we adapt. If the water increase, looking at our growth rate, population increase, can it affect the system? If it affects the system, what are the strategies we can take to be able to accommodate the problem and reduce its possible impact? There, we came up with hypothetical scenarios, and somebody was asking me, now we have a baseline where no change. Baseline is now. We are enjoying it now. In 30 years' time, are we going to still enjoying it? Are we going to still enjoy it? No. Okay, if it increased by 1 degree, what happens? If rainfall decreased by 5%, what happens? Scenario 2. If it increased by 2 degrees, what happens? And if it increased by -10 in rainfall, what happens? Will it affect food security? Will it affect population, migration, biodiversity? What will happen? Will our current water volume be able to serve the population? This is the basis for this problem. And now, we have to now set this up in a model. And there's no better model than looking at an hydrological model that takes into reality and virtual and put them together to form a system where you have your hydrological response. Hydrological response is the behavior of the system from what you have altered. In that, you have your climate models, you have your observe, because your observe is what you have now. Then you have the hypothetical. The hypothetical is what you have hypothesized from your observe. Then you put into your water demand. You have your population in the urban area, in the semi-urban. What is their demand? You factor that inside. Then, of course, the land use pattern. The land use is probably somebody's going to come up in this environment that want to build maybe a factory. Factory will now change the land use pattern of the place. You take off trees, increase surface runoff, and if you increase surface runoff, what does it have? Then, of course, you need your runoff data. And your runoff data is very important because with that, you can know the rate of contaminant transport. Then you factor them into a model. Of course, you get the climate change impact, and your response will now be what you will use to inform a policy. Thereafter, you apply this on a typical environment that befits your model. And as a person, just a minute, and as a person, This is an environment I've always worked in, the Gurara Reservoir catchment. That is the catchment there. This is your Gurara Dam, and these are the components inside there. Now, why I chose this is because it's where I did my PhD, and it's a pioneer.
You have 3 minutes.
Yeah, it's a pioneer project in the country that transfers water from Gurara to Lower Usman. And because of what? Because the population in Abuja is increasing, they need to augment the Lower Usman. Thereafter, this is a schematic drawing of the transfer system, and this suits our environment. Then we look at the land cover within the environment. The land cover shows that, yes, this is the present land cover. You have urban area, you have wetland, you have water body, you have grassland, and you have. But in the next 50 years, if this change, what happens to your water body? You factor this inside, and to all, you have your runoff equation. Now, this is a model equation that was used for this purpose. Currently, the River Gurara has no gauging station. There is no runoff. There is no stream flow up to date. So a calibration was done. This was statistically tested against an observed value from 1978 to 1991 from the Kaduna State Water Corporation. So with that, we calibrated the model and tested it. And if you see there, the calibration was done from 78 to 86, which shows that the peak and the lower point of the chart fits. And that was statistically tested. Then you go to the validation. With this, hypothetically, you can have your system. And when you have your system, you put it into your chart. And these are the patterns. Now, you see there the reference scenario where there is no climate change. Now, that is what we are experiencing now. Now, you see your scenario 1, where there is an increase by 1 degree. If you look critically, that's a little reduction from April. A reduction means that there will be a reduction if the temperature was increased by 1%, by 1 degree. But if it increases, how does it affect the system? Can we accommodate it? Let's look at the consumption pattern. The consumption pattern also shows similar thing, that the rate of consumption and rate of outflow is not equilibrium as such. The system can support it. But what do we have in the overall water availability component? The water availability component shows that at present, you have 4.77 from the model. And this was checked against the current water availability. But again, when it increases by 1 degree, a reduction by what? A reduction by 3.5%. And when it increases by 2 degrees, a reduction by what? 4.3%. Now, 3.5% and 4.3% was checked against the current water demand, which also shows that though we might be worried that an increase in temperature will cause a reduction, but with the current rate of growth within the catchment, we still have some hopes to be assured that with the present trend of climate change, we might still be able to accommodate the problem. As such, I have always advocated for alternative method because last year we looked at when there is pandemic, what do? We work remotely. When you work remotely, what do? You ensure that that method you have used to work remotely is sustainable to supplement what? The conventional system. And in doing that, I, following this approach, can suggest that it is also a better option for data acquisition in a challenging economy and can also help in what we are advocating for, integrated water resource management. It is on this point I will say thank you for listening and thank you very much.
Your village is flooded now. Put your hands together for him again. He was my student and now an associate professor. Put your hands together for him. That's wonderful. I want to say you've done well, but I'll leave it further to discuss. Mine is just to make general comments. But let me start with them before I conclude. Okay, please discuss.
Key area that people are to have to speak on the discussion, but notwithstanding, please note you have to let us know what SASTOY is. The topic says comparative analysis of 60-70 bitumen of polymer modified between bitumen. So you want to be thinking that the key word we have just acronym is so you tell us inflexible pigment. Though we found, you let us see the application. Bitumen is a material for road construction, roads, especially for road surfaces. So you let us see the importance and application of bitumen. Also, you mentioned that heavy-duty asphalt mixes, such as the one used for in airports facilities, also use additive as SASTOY. So just emphasizing the important application of the product. Also, it tells us that it is like one product, many benefits. We listed the important benefits, especially one important one is the engineering characteristics, is the workability. Engineering material that requires mixtures, we want to see how workable, how easily it can be produced, and how easily it can present a final, finished product. Then he mentioned the material properties. Because once we discuss engineering material, without emphasizing even whatever product, whatever importance, let us appreciate the property, that is, it has a property, and you can see the significance. And that's where our prof will have cited that, yes, you see from your results, the results, you have there's up to at 4%, that's where you stopped, but martial stability is an important test in highway bitumen material and then specific gravity. So, but it terminated, and if you look at you are all increasing in that increasing order. So it doesn't show us where do we stop, what is the limit. At what point can you say it's optimal? You have an optimum use. So you need to support your results further. Whether with literature, can you support your literature? Because it could be a study, it could be an academic study, and they don't want to label you. There's so much work. So in such a case, you can support it with the literature that the limits of application be at 5% and 6%, and so on and so forth. Then again, so we discussed then. Also now mentioned the general modification of bitumen. In conclusion, he said modification with SASTOY includes the rheology and strength properties of bitumen and hence enhances its use as wearing and binding costs. So why this your conclusion could be of vital research document, research listing, is when it can be supported. To what point? You have gone to 4%, but we are not convincing that your result is adequate. We still believe you go 5, we even go to 10. If we get to 10 and we're having an increased martial stability, then we've done nothing. So you let us support it with a viable result. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Case of when you don't have data, and in most cases we don't have data in this country, especially in developing countries. Developed countries, they have a lot of, they've been acquiring data, and they will make the data available. But in this case, in this area, we actually lack a lot of data. So if somebody can now hypothetically model, because I mean, from the various things that have been done, he have been able to simulate sort of certain climate change, to be able to obtain the river basin, to model changes in river basins. Yes, he gave us the fact that we have 11 river basins. He listed them from the northern part to the southern part. Needless to begin to mention some of them, but nevertheless, those things are done. He also gave us the fact that regional model, RCM, that they can be used also to find a way of, that's one of the things that was used for climate modeling method Then he also tried to capture climate change projections. So what had actually been used is that he's been able to statistically draw inferences from changes in the climate, in this case temperature, and that is what we had really been doing. I actually want to say that the presentation, that flow chart, it's a beautiful flow chart that can be recommended at whatever level. Thank you, sir. Now, the summary of what you obtained can be used to synthesize even in other climes, that is other locations, other countries or other areas. Yes, we have those 11 river basins as large river basins. What we actually don't know now is if each of those river basins are, sorry, it's like I'm doing more than I should choose. Now, I still have a time to ask my own question. Thank you very much.
I'd like to commend the presenter because what he has presented is a new area of admixture, will I call it, to be together and for effective road use. But the three types of failures he showed us on the road surface. The first was rocketing of the road. The second was crack failure of the road. And the third was graveling. Three different types. Now I want to know, if you use Sassobit, thank you, that's the rocketing, and this is the crack failure, and the down one is graveling. Which of them would we have this same failure when you use Sassobit, and that these type of surface will stay longer, or this type of failure will no longer occur? That is my question. You understand my question? Rocketing, we see it every time, even on this Abuja Ogi Road, you see it all over the place. Cracking, these are temperature cracks, serious temperature difference cracks. And then the raveling is the peeling off of the surface. So which one will be effective to handle the three different failures? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The title of the paper, you already know, is Development of Flood Forecasting Model to Mitigate Flooding in ORIYOMI area in Kwara State. And it presented a kind of he gave us the materials and the methods that were used after its introduction, and together with the results that were obtained. But the materials that were used, the materials varied from the study area. He gave us a map of that area and with respect to Nigeria. He showed us the ORIYOMI and its environs there. He also considered, they considered temporal variation of rainfall intensity. Temporal in the sense that, with respect to time. They had 30 years rainfall, and the data of that ORIYOMI river were ranked in descending order. And this was in the magnitude of the USWRA 1981. Well, the probability of exceedance was also used, and the variables plotting position was used with m/n+1, and also considered that that the rainfall were fitted into two major statistical distributions, and these are the extreme value of Gombe. Also, the log Pearson type 3 were used. So those were the materials that were used and obtained the results that gave us the sketch, the graph in their figure 2, which was a probability graph, plot of the rainfall data within the area. And from the plots, you can see from the plots and the charts, you can see a fitting of a straight line there. Well, we computed the statistical parameters. The statistical parameters that were computed were the mean and the coefficient of the standard deviation, the mean and the standard deviation, and they also did the correlation coefficient. The data, the table that we were given gave us a kind of duration versus the return period. Return period is the amount of, the expectations of a record of an event in a particular period. And the period they considered was from 2 years to 100 years. And the rainfall durations that were considered were 10 millimeters of rainfall, 20 millimeters, 30 millimeters, 60 millimeters, 90 millimeters, and 120 millimeters. And those were the things that capitalized upon, that is, that were really used, and they concluded that the equation that was generated was used to estimate runoff at different return periods. And number 2 is that 10 minutes duration was notable of higher intensity than longer durations. So that is from the 10 to the 120. The 10-minute duration was the one that was really of notable. Then the runoff prediction using the IDF curve, they said it varied from a value, an approximate of 680 to 1,445 millimeters, with a regression coefficient of 90%. So they recommended that the developed model can be used as baseline in reporting flood studies in Ilori metropolis. They also said that the estimated runoff can be used for redesigning failed hydraulic structures in Okweri. And I also want to say that they could also have added that, yes, if this could be done for Okweri catchment, it could also be done for other various catchments. This is their presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay, put your hands together for him.
Mr. Presenter, as like our prof just comment on, I was about asking that very question as well. The volume of the water that's moving down from all those dams to this country, we're supposed to know in those areas that's currently flooded. And at the same time, in your model, you never consider the retention period of that catchment area, because the water, like the prof said, there is an infiltration, depends on the type of soil, which is considered retention period before the water will start flowing in that catchment area, the runoff. So in your model, I never see any variable that talk about the retention period. You just talk about only the intensity of the rainfall. So if you are considering the rainfall, you have to know the property of the soil where the catchment area you are considering. I think that is what I just have to input and ask whether you consider the retention period of that very model that you are using. Thank you.
Then water, flooding, total 4 papers. Now let us have your views. Then it's going to be added in the communique to be typed. When the national chairman comes, we'll read the communique, then we go and come for the AGM. Now let's talk of first structures.
On item 5, which is the financial statement of audited account for the year 2021-2022, after which we'll go to item 7, which is the dissolution of the National Executive Committee National Executive Committee for the year 2021. After the dissolution of the ESCO, we will now have the election of new members. The motion has been moved. Any secondment for that motion? We have seconders. Is there any other motion? Dr. Orumi.
My co-discussant. Thank you, Mr. Presenter, Engineer Dr. Adebi. And that can also alter using the if component. If this happens, what will happen? And you have successfully done that in the development of intensity, duration, frequency curve to mitigate flooding in Oke, Erin area of Kwara State. Okweri. Thank you very much. That's why it's one Nigeria. So, we all know the needs to mitigate the impact of flooding, and he has also told us that this model developed can be used as what? A baseline study for what? Flood assessment, in order to advise authorities to take proper measures in terms of mitigating the impact. As we already have now, down south, most of the states are what? Flooded. I tell somebody, it takes an average of 22 to 26 days for the water to move from Lokoja down to the Atlantic Ocean. So, if you have a model system, you know the level in Lokoja, you are in Bayelsa, you are in Delta, you are in Rivers. You can be able to tell if the level is what? 5 in Lokoja, with an approximate travel distance of 21 to 24 days, this is what you are to expect. As such, early evacuation. And these are possible through what? Proper modeling. I won't really go much into the details of the paper because the prof has done justice. I would say this is a paper calling us to what? Look at the possibility of what? Having practical models that be able to what? Represent our real life that can help solve indigenous problem. It is on that I will say thank you, Doctor, and over to the chairman.
Now, let me ask my question before all this.
But from some research work that has been carried out, we found out that the implementation is a problem. If the engineers design and there was specification that use so Y bar and so spacing, in fact, in the spacing, we found out that they use the wrong spacing only because they're interested in the profit margin. And so when the engineer is not there, and you are giving them probably a spacing of 250 mm, when you are not there, they make it to 400. And before you know it, the iron mender has arranged the bars and they want to cast their cast. You'll be there thinking all is well. All was not done as expected. So the implementation of the design was not properly done in most cases. Number two is, sometimes I've seen them changing the as-built plan of a structure. You know, in Lagos is a mega city. It's a mega city, and because of the influx of people, someone that owns a 2-story building, one day will just wake up to say, I want to change it to 3 or 4. And without proper consultation, failing to note that the structure has never been designed for such a load. They designed it only because of what they wanted to gain. And I tell you sometimes, maybe the topmost floor or some part of it, they may place some vibration machine there, which must have added to the safe weight of the design. And finally, I will still give it to some improper, or do we say under or over designing of or assumption of the strength of the soil. The strength of the soil, I mean the geotechnical property of the soil. When the soil was not or was assumed to have been stabilized, and so they take it that it can carry some particular load. And I tell you, at the expense of adding to the weight, there may be a cause of settlement. And finally, someone mentioned it the other time, that the material we use, which is the iron bars, in fact, there was a research work that looks into the quality of the iron bars being produced in the country. And someone went ahead to buy iron bar. If you buy iron bar, and probably it's a mic bar or tensile bar, they claim a particular value, which was not the inherent property of the material. And if you have used the material that you felt it has a FY value of 460 N per mm squared, and probably it has 315, you know, it will bubble down to another design or as it may. So these are what I felt as.
Oh, okay, so coming
from Osun State. Like, from your topic, the way you start to present, you said the river was engaged, and you were trying to build up an hypothetical scenario, a model, in such a way that we can try to solve that problem. But I was expecting you at a point to at least probably start keeping the gauge of the river, since you have commenced your PhD. Like, probably it might be over 5-6 years now. You're supposed to have at least had some gauge information of the area you worked on. I worked on this area too, and so when the river is not gauged, I know what it means. And in fact, assuming you have had about 5-6 years, you may with time come up with a calibration curve, and with time you can begin to build the data. Yes, the hypothetical approach is good, but you know that some of these things we discuss in this context, they are probabilistic in nature. Climatic data are probabilistic in nature, and that is why in water resources we talk about return period. The river flooded in Ibadan. After 1981, after 30 years it flooded again. So people felt it would take another 30. I tell you, in another 3 years it flooded again. Which means that when it is about water resources, yes, your hypothetical model is good, but we must be wary of the fact that Subramaya of 2009 submitted that the minimum data we can use when it comes to climatic data should not be less than 30 years. And so when I saw your figure 3, where there was a figure where you show maybe a calibrated and validated figure between 1978 and 1991. I decided to calculate how long is this. I think you have to extend that to make your results to be, in a way, a personal report that we can even reckon with. I also had some data from Sokoto. From that ORIYOMI, I had more than 30 years of rainfall data and even temperature data. So maybe that might have guided the selection of the range of the temperature you have taken. I think you should look into that. Another thing is the land use and the land cover. You only show the result of the land use, land cover. So I wanted to ask, did you use only the 2020 radar information? Or maybe you have considered some years back, and so if you have considered some years back, that will give us an insight of the urbanization in that area, and that can as well give a trend of what you are trying to forecast. Now, you forecast the population. You didn't tell us how you have forecast the population of the area, because while you are estimating your water demand, of course, the population of the area is important, and you know that if there is an area that is highly and densely populated in Nigeria, you give it to the north. So you should tell us that. And as you said, there is need for comparative analysis of your results because of the strength of your data. And just like I've said, you must tell us the strength of the data used before you can even make any conclusion. Thank you.
By Engineer J.G. I draw economic challenges of sustainable water resource management. A case study of the present sanitations and problems of Cross River State Water Board, I think. Cross River State Water Board. Yeah.
You have 15 minutes.
If the state has built a water scheme since 18th century or something, am I getting right? Of course, public has utilized it to save life. And your state is surrounded with rivers. So you should not even be talking about water shortage in that area. Because all it just have to do is for engineers like you to sit back and see how water from the river can be treated to a water table standard. And you said a 180 meter cube was expected, now is 1,000. It's a terrible situation. And from what you have concluded, I feel desalination should not be an option. It costs. And you propose rainwater harvesting. That is a very beautiful one. If you have pitch light into rainwater harvesting, I am not sure that there should be any state in the south-south, the southwest here, that should be even lamenting about shortage of water in the area. Because we have more than how many millimeter cube per hour. So you have rainfall in exceedance there. When you were talking, you didn't even talk about the water demand of the place. What is the water demand per person per day in the area? That will guide the design. Of course, it will fall within the 70 to 120 standard that we know. And I said now, another comment here, you said your people vandalize the pipe. Very, very disheartening. Why would they vandalize the pipe that they understand that water is life and they are vandalizing the pipe? In fact, when you said that, I was thinking maybe the thought is a pipe for the oil. Because if it is a pipe for except even if the pipe has been built since the 90s, like as a claim, it may have spoiled, expired, and things like that. So I think you should look into that. Then, is there water metering in the area? Has it ever been captured? Because from the history, if it was the first water scheme built, even before the Barabli, was there any instance of water metering in that area? If there is none, honestly, what I feel you can do is quantify the water demand in the area. When you quantify, you have enough water supply in that area. And I've just posed to you the rainwater harvesting, and the one from the river. That should be enough for the people. And we have a lot of locally sourced material that can be used in the water treatment. So I feel this should just be a reappraiser, and for you to note a cogent solution. Like listing all these solutions, for me, there are too many. Just pick only two and I'll be sure of working on it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Please give to
and your sacrifice. It's time to move on. The technical session committee will now retire, and the communique drafting committee will continue its work until when the communique is finished. Then we will present it to the House for amendments and so on. So on behalf of the technical committee, I wish to thank you most sincerely. We are most grateful, and we hope that you will still be available for us whenever we need you. Please, let's give them another round of applause. Engineer Ajanaku, are you nearby? Are you close? Engineer Ajanaku. Okay, so since we are taking our lunch, let us continue with that. The communique drafting committee will continue, and when it's finished, we'll do a presentation to the House on the communique arising from all the discussions we've had since we came on Tuesday. Thank you.
Standing on all existing protocols, I want to thank Dr. Egbe for a wonderful lecture given us this afternoon. Doc, you talked about design capacity of 1,000 cubic meters. When? Since when? Realizing population is increasing. World population, like you mentioned, I think you mentioned 5 billion, but I have some good authority that says over 7 billion. So I'm trying to say that population there would have increased. I don't know when that design was carried out, and what capacity is it that is being produced now? Or is it like NNPC, where the capacity is so little, if not zero? What is it now? So that we know whether, because where I'm coming from the same Niger Delta, in Warri specifically, we don't even think of water bottle. It is totally zero. And everybody just has to, you have to find a way of getting your water. As a matter of fact, when you started your lecture, I see that means Cross River is even lucky to have it at all. Here is a place where they've been there for over 20 years. Water board is just in front of my estate. And we don't even think of it. You just have to get your own. So I want to know whether it's the same situation with what we have in Delta and your design capacity. Have you compared it with the rising population, and what is the production capacity as of today? Thank you so much.
Are coming from outside. That is more of instrumentation, because there's what they call integrated water resource management. If you are downstream, the integrated approach means that there's a communication between you and what upstream. And water coming is regulated. So when it's coming, you know the volume that is coming. If you know the volume that is coming, it's all about you now recording your own and what? Taking measures and adjusting. This one now is on what? Flooding. You get me? Flooding. And it's more of the design approach in flooding. Now we all blame Cameroon for opening Lagdo Dam. Cameroon is a tributary of the River Niger. It's a major tributary of the River Niger. which contribute about less than 40%. The main one comes from Niger. Now, Cameroon is a regulated water flow that comes in. Of course, the one that comes from Niger is also regulated at Kanji. So if it gets to Lokoja, which we all call the conference, there is a volume. And if you have instrumentations, you know the volume. As I said, it takes average of between 21 to 26 days before it gets to the Atlantic. Now, if it gets to the Atlantic, the rate of entry is slow because it's fresh and it's salt. So when it's slow, right, you have what? Backwater effect. It's the backwater effect now that causes what? Ponding. Because of what? The terrain. So if you know what is coming, of course from instrumentation you will know. You know the level. If it's 30 in Lokoja, calculate 26, 27 days, it empties in Atlantic. I know the rate of entry. And we're all on the coastline. So you will exactly know what you have to expect. So it is because on that aspect, there's what? Zero investment. In fact, I can tell you that most of the South State does not even look at even instrumentation. My home state in particular, I can't be proud that they have even one gauging station. No. So if you don't know, you base your analysis on what? Speculative reporting. Like what they say, the flood is coming, the flood is coming. What is the magnitude of the flood that is coming? Nobody knows. So it's more of what? The non-structural ones. So this one is what? Looking at what? The modeling approach. Like if you have it in Lokoja at 50, how can you model the system that at the point of exit, this is what you expect. And at the point of entering the Atlantic, this is the rate. Because one, there's what? Impedance, fresh to what? Soil is gradual. And once it begins to go gradual, it builds its level back up. Then when it builds its level back up, it comes back. Then you have the what? Conventional flooding system. So the modeling approach can be able to predict this system. That gives you what? A real life representation of how the system is supposed to behave before you apply it. Doctor, please over to you.
National Chairman here present, Engineer Benia Ojun, FNSC, FNICE, Engineer Dr. Olatunji, who is also here. Sir, can you just stand up for the commission? Engineer Dr. Robbie James Owivli, Engineer Dr. Aishatu Ali Umar, FNSC FNICE. They are all past national chairmen. They are helping a lot in the registration. Our very reverend and respected senior colleagues in our midst, fellows of the Nigerian Institution of Civil Engineers, and members of the Nigerian Institution of Civil Engineers. I welcome us all to this year's AGM that Eko Akete 2022. Akete. Dear. Duro. Ubimisa no ahankali. This year's AGM is one of our yearly annual general meeting that we always hold once in a year. Last year we had the AGM in Asaba, Delta State, and by the grace of God this year we're here in Lagos. The AGM, as far as most of us can see, is an AGM that brought all civil engineers from across the country. I don't think if there is any state of the Federation that we do not have civil engineers that have availed themselves the opportunity of attending this year's annual general meeting and international conference. And to cap it all, we have representatives from one of our sister African country, from Ghana, Institution of Civil Engineers from Ghana, also attended our conference this year. And a relationship is being built and will continue to work on this relationship, that one year we will be able to have more of these African countries. I want to take this time to appreciate our past national chairman, board members, fellows, and the entire membership of the institution. I want to appreciate you much for the time you gave to be here. In fact, your presence has made another difference in our commitment in coming together as an institution. I want to appreciate you so much. Within the year, we went through a lot of challenges, difficulties, but with your prayers and support, we were able to sail through to this time that we are having our AGM. And by the special grace of God, we were supported immensely by our students. We've never had the kind of population that we had in our students' affiliate, the NICESA. Our students came all the way from different parts of the country, from different institutions. We sincerely want to appreciate them. We also want to thank our host. The chief host is His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Lagos State, that they gave us this opportunity to hold our AGM in their state, and they really supported us. The Central Planning Committee, being led by Engineer Dr. Robbie James Owivri FNSC F-NICE, and his committee members, who really worked tirelessly to ensure that we have this great success in this AGM. The LOC also was headed by the chairman of the Lagos chapter of the institution, Engineer Bolariwa, and your committee members. We sincerely appreciate you. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, time is fast spent. I wish we have this AGM very snappy so that we'll be able to conduct our election and then retire to come back again for the annual dinner. I tell you, Lagosians said we have not seen anything yet. And of course, they have been taking care of us since we commenced this AGM. So on this note, I want to welcome us all to this year's AGM. And before I sit down, I would like to request the direction or the advice of AGM whether we can make some little adjustment in our agenda to enable us have an election that all of us will witness and not run into the night. We want to ask whether we can swap some of the items on the agenda and maybe commence with the election, if you so permit. I want to hear from the floor. Can somebody raise hand and maybe move a motion? Auditors or auditor of the institution to come and give us the financial statements of the institution. Mr. Auditor, please, can you come forward?
Motion. Nice. Second, the motion.
Principle was okay because it's like solving the current problem in Nigeria using the analytical method. So that's why it's used simulation. Now, to mention the flow charts and algorithms, it looks large because it doesn't define the problem per se. We're looking at basin. The characteristic of the river basin, the flow capacity, and the overflow. I don't think they are not adequately captured because that's what we want to determine is when do we have overflow into the basin that will make the analysis worse. What is the capacity of the flow, of each flow? So those are things I think issues look at to make it worthwhile. Otherwise, every other thing that I have said down is okay. You look at the global climate model, is a very large model, and then we have the regional climate model, and that's what makes it to look at the hypothetical. But hypothetical actually it looks good, but it's not scientific. Because a scientific model, to be precise, work to the answer. Hypothesis is just something hanging. Thank you very much.
The next paper, please read it.
The next paper is paper EA010, development of intensity, duration, frequency curve to mitigate flooding in Okeri area, Kwara State. And the presenter was going to be engineer Dr. Olaniyan. The person on the paper is not around, but he's one of those.
Development of intensity, duration, frequency curve to mitigate flooding in Okeri area, Kwara State. You have 15 minutes. If you can make it in 10 minutes, you have bursary.
Engineer Dr. Jeremy, my question is just very direct. How do you account for your IDF calibration? Is it by assumption or you introduce static conditions? Thank you.
Presentation. My question is, I saw where you related revenue for the water, and I was battling with whether you did kind of interview the consumers, and what kind of reluctance did you get when you talk of, because I heard talking about metering. Because where I'm coming from, which is Port Harcourt, we don't have this kind of pipe-on water like he said. Everybody struggles to get his own borehole or her own borehole. But in some areas like at Enugu, where my own state, people are like, just like what we do with the the power supply. This water is supposed to be free of charge. So when I saw when you were talking about revenue, I was like, there must be something good happening in Cross River. So I want you to shed more light on that. Thank you very much.
That is the economics of the water around us with respect to Cross River State Water Board. The challenges of sustainable water resources management are discussed. We were shown or presented with the cases of vandalization of the water board itself, that politicians encroach and indiscriminately build within areas that they are not supposed to, probably around water areas or river rise and so on and so forth. So we're also presented with the fact that yes, there are hydroeconomics between 2010 and 2021, and that the amount that was available to be used was a mega 10 million. Really, within the period of 11 years. The design installed capacities was also presented, and the sales of the water was considered to come to something like 12 million per month or per day. And if you multiply that within the period, it's a lot of money. So they provided the performance metric index, and they also provided the collection efficiency in a kind of chart, but I couldn't grab the one that has the largest. Then the cash obtainable also was also presented, and then the revenue generation. The challenges were listed, so many of them, including locking pipes and so on and so forth. The solutions to water supply was also presented, and that solution was presented in form of in form of chart, whereby you have a flow chart, and then a conclusion was given. The conclusions given was a 9-point conclusion, which included pressure at government, which may lead to private sector coming in. It also includes holistic approach, whereby despite a CBP's I actually don't know what the CBP there means. Okay, chlorine byproducts to humans. This was captured, and I think it's a myriad of problems. God help us. Thank you very much.
You see, I was expecting to see the public perception analysis of water board system in the south. Like in the north, we have a functional water board that connects to the pipe. But I think down south, where I am from too, the water board is just like it's there. Everybody has its own. You are looking at hydroeconomic, that is what you can generate from the water. But what is the public perception about the public water system? I did not see it. It's when you have a high perception, people who are interested, that is when you can now begin to do your estimated. I saw 12 million per day.
That's huge. I know it from standard estimation. So, do you have any kind of analysis to show about public perception about the public water system? That's one. Two, you know, water consumption, agriculture is probably the largest before water supply. And if you are now looking at a generation based on supply, what happens to the agri components, which again, you can also generate a lot of money. So, have you also considered the agri components? Or if you have not, you can look at that. Then again, the treatment. Surface water is quite easy to treat, but not many persons access surface water. That is, people have boreholes that deals about what? Groundwater. So one of your recommendations I'm expecting to have a Cross River State Groundwater Management Authority, because everybody will access maybe the government to get money, build house, build beautiful toilets. After 6 months, go and see the walls, iron content. So, if we are looking at treatment, the groundwater is what the people use most. So you can also look at Cross River State Groundwater Management Commission. That one will have more buy-in, because a lot of persons have boreholes in their houses, but no proper treatment system. You can just, it's normally activated charcoal, and with time it clogs. When it clogs after maybe 6 months, depending on the iron content, you have to do what? Evacuate and refill again. So that is also one area. But again, I want to say some of the statements you probably pushed out. I'm sure you're a civil servant. Please, okay, a lecturer. They cannot be, you cannot really beat your chest to how true they are, especially on those days of chlorine. So I would just want you to have that at the back of it. So on that, and again, desalination, don't even say it. It's practically not possible here. Practically, I did my PhD in Ghana. We tried it. After 2 years, the skin was abandoned. One, the residue of the salt, when you desalinate, you have salt residue. And internationally, it's not allowed to discharge that back into the water system without treatment. And technology to treat it is more than technology used in desalinating the water. So that practically is not an option. And other ones you mentioned are just kind of random solutions. I don't really think they should be. That should be all for now. Thank you.
Thank you. I am Engineer Dr. Gerald Godwin from Calabar. Thank you, my presenter. I have seen a lot of your work on ResearchGate. I want to commend you. And the word Tuesday hypothetical is correct, because some of these data we don't have them. If you look at Ogarepe and Aguamba work 218 that consider Calabar upper voltage and Aba, it gives almost a clear scenario. But what is lacking here is because the work is mechanistic in nature, given that you have calibrated, but they have not been validated, given that you can go back to your instrumentation and you solved that problem. And you have made mention of 2050. That is what we call the decarbonization economy, or the global water concept that talks about mega sewage and water demand problem. I think it would have been also been considered as part of environmental problem. Though when I'm going to talk, some of those things I will highlight it just as an addendum to what you have done. I don't want to say it's a good word. Thank you.
Very much. I want to comment on the questions, the comments. First, the flow capacity. You see, this is a presentation. As I said, it's part of a bigger work. What I presented here today, we have done the river flow, the computation, and the capacity. Now, it is assumed that the flow from the river that comes to the basin is regulated. As such, the capacity is known from previous order of our works. Now, it is like a water balance situation. The main inflow from runoff is rainfall. Now, if the rainfall is altered, that fixed capacity is also altered. So, for the capacity of the flow, that is in another work, but we are looking at what contributes to that flow in the river, which is what? Primarily what? Precipitation. And it's the precipitation and the temperature that works hand in hand to know if that river is at optimal capacity or if precipitation has reduced that capacity. So for this presentation, the capacity component is not really presented here. It's on another work, which is on our research gate. If you look up, you will see it. But what contributes to get that known capacity in the river, which is the rainfall, and what affects the rainfall and temperature is the climate. It is on that base. I was a bit silent on that, but thank you for that. Then, Doctor, yes, I'm happy you mentioned some of the areas we have worked on in Sokoto, but if you look critically, the calibration and the validation was done on the runoff, not on the rainfall. For the rainfall, we have over 30 years. And again, I'm also among those who dispute the 30 years data as a climate analysis basis, because this is a change over a long period of time. And 30 years might just be a point that might not be visible to notice any particular change. But however, that is the accepted one. It is on the rainfall. We used the observed 30 years and what? Did hypothetical analysis on it. The calibration and the validation was done on the runoff data. But as I mentioned here, this 79 to 91, it has a weak strength to make a conclusion. But this is the available one with which this model was built. Now, the monitoring is the next. When this is built, you can now have a 5 or 6 years period to now use your model runoff to check against real-time runoff for what? Proper validation. But on the basis of this, the data available was from 78 to 91 runoff. The next one that was available was from 91 to 97. But it's what? Stage height. Again, that can be used to compute your what? Hydrograph. That can also be reversed back to get your runoff. It's also another study. But what did they do here? The train, the rail line you see there, they did some analysis on this, and they used a 75% CM value. That's why I came back to what? To adopt. This is from Salini, the Salini construction that did the Guara Reservoir, and also provided this data for the Niger River Basin as a what? As a basis for runoff computation, because you know the soil conservation method uses what? Your curve number. And in a process where you have an established curve number, your conventional runoff that you don't have, this is an accepted one, and it has been quoted by Colin Bella and Salini, which are the basis for construction of the railway and the Guara Reservoir. So it is on that basis this was adopted, and this was the equation that was used to now further projected that. And the real-time validation is now needed to now work on this, because this was done before 2010. This was done before 2010, and from 2010 to today, you have over 12 years. So there's a call now for them to come back and revalidate this, but the project is finished now. It is on research base. We are now what? Extending the validation of this model by now what? Applying to the real-time run off a discharge equation to ensure that whatever you apply for research in terms of runoff is what? Acceptable. So I made it so clear, 78 to 91, and valuable data from Kaduna State Ministry of Water Resources. Well quoted. Then, the other one over strength of data, land use, land cover. That's a dynamic change that you cannot stop. Land use, land cover. It is what a change that continues. So, what we had in land use, land cover was at the time of what? This research. These were the available ones.
And for time's sake, I think you've been able to answer. Let's put hands together for him. He has done very, very. Clap for him.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much. Right seated. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Engineer Dr. Olaniyo, and I am here to present the paper titled Development of Flood Forecasting Model to Mitigate Flooding in Okoyeni area, Kwara State. Actually, I was not supposed to present the paper. It was Dr. Adeyokunle. He came yesterday, but he had left already. So I think I will speak to the PowerPoint. Of course, please the next slide. No doubt, the presentation outline is as presented. Next slide. Flooding is a phenomenal problem of our time now. In fact, it's ravaged much more in the northern part of Nigeria than in the southern part of Nigeria. And you have it when water rises or overflow between its normal level. And so, when they submerged, of course, lives were lost, properties were destroyed, and well, there's need for water budgeting in such a way that we can monitor what flows in and out of a water-related body. That method of flood routing has been classified into hydraulic or hydrological approach. Now, the study area is Okoyeni, of course. Ilorin is part of North Central, of course, and that Okoyeni area is highly ravaged by flooding too. The study location is in Ilorin metropolis of catchment area of about 242.78 square kilometer, yes. It's bordered by Taiwan and Somel within the reach of Ilorin West local government. And I tell you that area is normally flooded. It's not far from Taiwan Road, around that Olojo in Okoyeni, and there's a river within that place. Please, the next slide. Let's look at, yes, this is a map. This is a study map of Okoyeni and its environment. And you can see the water body has been shown there. So within that reach, it's a normal thing. The place will be flooded and it destroyed properties. The next slide. And so what we did was we wanted to describe the temporal variation of rainfall intensity, just like my friend had presented. I want to believe, and I want to believe that when you study climatic data, that temporal variation, the probability of its occurrence is very important. And so we were given 30 years, and the data from 1989 from 2009 was obtained from a Nigerian meteorological station in Abuja for the area. And the data were ranked in descending order. Of course, it's worthwhile to know that here in Nigeria, the easiest climatic data you can lay your hand on is rainfall data. Except you want to accept otherwise. And so the best we had was this. The data was ranked in descending order. The probability of exceeded was determined using Webble plotting position, as shown in equation 1. And so the rainfall were fitted into major statistical distribution of density function as described by X2 value and Gumbel type 1. And so we had a return period of 25, 10, 25, 50, and 100 years. And log percent type 3 were used to model the distribution. The next slide. And the distribution using the Webble position for that log percent type 3 is what is shown in figure 2. In fact, from literature, log percent type 3 has been the best model when it comes to description of this situation, and this was applied to rainfall data. The next slide, please. Now, the log person, as compared to other methods, has the highest determination coefficient, and that was why it was used. From the Wabo revealed that that log person type 3 was the one that gave us the best fit of the distribution with a reasonable amount of coefficient of determination. And so we computed the mean, the standard deviation, and from the mean and standard deviation, it was observed that there was an increasing in the duration at different return period. It was also observed that the amount of debt as compared, it's the one that was presented in table 1, and we noticed that at 10-minute duration, that is when you have a higher intensity than the longer duration period. And we should understand that when it comes to designing of hydraulic structures, this information is very needed to understand the duration as regards the level of the intensity you have within a typical duration. The next slide, please. This is a table showing the duration and the return period from 2 to 100 years. And of course, has been displaced here, 100 years as a runoff value that was at the highest, and it was around 1,444.612, but all within 10 minutes. When it is 120 minutes, what happened is that, of course, the longer the minute, it has some, the climatic situation begins to change, infiltration setting, percolation setting, and there will be a reduction in the depth. But within that 10 minutes, we'll have 1,444.612 of the runoff. The next slide. And so, it was concluded that 1, the equation generated was used to estimate runoff at different return period. 2, within that 10 minutes, we have the highest intensity than the longer duration rainfall. And in fact, what we intended to do, we wanted to develop the IDF curve, and but because of the limited data, we were just able to streamline our study to just predict the runoff, and we realized that the runoff value varies from 679.9 to 1,444.6 millimeter cube with a regression coefficient of 91%. Now, the recommendation. The model developed is a very good baseline report for studying in Ilorin flood within the Asa Dam and the area there. The flooding is pertinent within those areas. And so, if we want to combat flooding in that area, this result can be a very good baseline report to study flooding within the metropolis. And the runoff can also be used to redesign the failed hydraulic structures. Unfortunately, some of the hydraulic structures within those areas were under-designed. They have under-designed because the capacity could not contain when it's at the peak value. And we understand that when there is peak discharge, water will find its level. And when water finds its levels, when water flows anywhere, we talk about flooding. And to redesign hydraulic structure that has once failed, it's important to look for the peak runoff intensity and make that the basement of our design. The next slide, please. And these are some of the references used. Thanks for listening.
Put your hands together for him. He made it within 15 minutes. Clap again.
Okay, good afternoon all. Let me stand on the established protocol and lecture with Osiba University of Technology. And I'm the immediate past chairman of NICE, Calabar chapter. Here is a very pathetic situation that is confronting all those who are staying in Cross River State. And as the leadership of NICE in Calabar, we see it as a concern to reassess the challenges as it has to do with potable water supply and also e-treatment. Now, if you look at Cross River State, inherited one of the older water schemes in Nigeria that was constructed in 1890 under the Eastern Region, as it were, the Ministry of Works in Enugu State. And the second one to Calabar water scheme is the Badagry water scheme. The next slide. Now, water is very essential and very important. And also it's a problem to us as engineers. You cannot even design without considering water. Whether you are instrument mechanics or geotechnical expert, you would have to confront water. Now, this paper look at holistically the water resource engineering system, how it can be modeled to facilitate the well-studied designs and informed management decisions. Here we also look at the complexity that usually occur in terms of interaction and the predictions as how this water can be used equitably. Now, the world population is about 5.6 billion, and it's projected that by 2050, the world will be looking at a population of 10 billion. And if you have that kind of challenge, they are going to be what they call mega demands of water. Why is it mega? There is ruralization, people migrating from the rural area to the urban city. And some of this infrastructure do not consider that people can move from villages to town. And the demand on the existing infrastructure is being strengthened. Here, please go to another page. Here, Cross River State inherited the water scheme, as I've explained, and it has a design capacity of 180,000 cubic meters of water to service the 3 central districts in Cross River State, comprises of the 18 local government. Go to the next slide. Go to the next slide. Now, before now, the water management system before the World War II were purely engineering in nature. But as time evolves after the post-war, they begin to include economic analysis, the benefit and environmental concern into the water scheme. Then by early 1970, I have explained that early 80, we also introduced social conditions. That's why you see places like World Bank, African Development Bank coming as counterpart funding in terms of the facility. And at the mid of 1990, the water scheme also grew to consider stakeholder participation and non-governmental organizations involved in terms of its sustainability. And as early 2000 also, we also have participation from the public acceptance. Please, the next slide. Now, this is the existing design capacity of the Cross River Water Board. Was designed to deliver 180,000 cubic meters of water every day. But as we speak now, what the state is producing is less than 1,000 cubic. And the most disappointing aspect is that some time ago, the water board rather supplied the wastewater, which is black in nature, and it became a problem. How will you now give us back the wastewater when we are supposed to take out the wastewater? And it became a concern to us. And the governor immediately sacked the MD. And today, if you go there, from the general manager down, they are all lawyers. Therefore, the funding as it comes to the water board is shared on arrival. Nobody is bothered how some of these facilities, considered from 1975, all the equipment are all obsolete. The instrumentation, the automation, and even the signalization, none is working. So go down. Now this is the challenge. Vandalization of the pipes, and that have pressed a serious demand on patronage for private owner water. Now everybody wake up in Cross River State. And Cross River is blessed with abundant water from the Great War River that drink for bound from the Cameroon down to Cross River State. It's a challenge. What you can see there, that people curing because the water board cannot even produce, neither supply the water for the indigenous of Cross River State. Please, the next page. Now, the worrisome is that the politicians now have now occupied the water board premises. What you are seeing there is an existing water board pump. The section is being sold. The other side is a politician that is building on it. And there is a pipe of about 200 something thickness. And this structure is on it, creating a time bomb for those who are living in that area. They can cause some mesh of water when the social integral pipe is threatened. We are drawing attention of the government to this, and the worry aspect is that the unsafe and disposal of this chemical, the children of the politicians play with them. And the epidemiological finding has resolved that if you spend more than 14 hours in this chlorine, it will result to bladder cancer. And engineers are now being given the necessary equipment for their protection. Please, the next slide. Now, we are also looking at the economic viability of Cross River State from 2010 to 2021. We discovered that World Bank used to send in more than 3.something billion, but the state government will only send what they feel that is good for them. And as of last year, what they would have received was just 10 million naira, and that cannot even treat the water condition. Please, the next slide. Now, we have done this analysis for the Cross River State. If all the store capacity is operating maximally, this should be the profit that the water board should be generating as IGR to the state. Now, if in a day we have this, these are the existing outstation that produces water. We have Akakwa, Iyako, Ape, Bubra, Iko, Opudogoja, and Iyala. And these are all the store capacity for Calabar Metropolis, comprises of Calabar and Calabar Ise. It has 80,000. Now we say that if you sell a unit of this water at 150 naira a day, this is what it should be coming to the state. 12 billion times 30 days times 1 year. We are talking about 900 billion, which is very good for the state to revive the water board facility. The next slide. Now, these are the parameter index analysis. What we have analyzed based on population served against volume produced, population served against total cost of production, to give the water board what they are losing daily if the facility are up to date. Please go to the next slide. Now we are looking at also the collection efficiency from Calabar, Ukemi, Diba, Itigidi, Opopora, Ikom, Ogoja, Opoma, Obudu. These are how the collection efficiency is being projected. Please, the next slide. Now also look at the revenue that are supposed to generate against the collection efficiency. These are what we have analyzed for them to help them in improving the existing facility. Please go to the next slide. Now these are the challenges that we are able to identify. Renewal and replacement of aging water infrastructure, groundwater management, water conservation and efficiency, leaking of pipes, water contamination, population fluctuation, implementing innovative technology, infrastructure resiliency and emergency preparedness, rapid urbanization to rural to urban migration, modernization of water supply infrastructure, and climate change. Go to the next slide. Now look at the solution that we are providing to the existing challenges. Now, desalination is one of them that we have talked of. And of course, it's not popular in Nigeria, but it's well celebrated in the Middle East. where the soil is being distorted through either reverse osmosis or membrane. Then we look at how the reservoir to be expanded from the existing dams that we have. Then conservation, improving water distribution system and e-uses, rain water harvesting. This is the micro approach that is being used to also store water. Regular update of water regulation laws and policies, provision of standard infrastructure and water treatment facilities, adequate funding of water supply management, public-private partnership, enforcing strict compliance to environmental law, regular update of water regulation laws and policies. Please the next slide. Now this is our conclusion. That if the fair water is final and vulnerable resource, essential to sustain the life, development and environment, access to safe and sufficient water and sanitation are basic human needs and essential to health and well-being. The use of water varies from city to city depending on factors such as population, calamity conditions, industrialization and other factors. The general public should not see water supply as mere pumping of water to houses and industry, rather as providing services with value to the people. The increasing pressure on the government from challenges emanating from the water sector has made private sector participation inevitable, just as it has brought improved performance to some few developing nations where it has been practiced. Please, the next slide. Now, adequate funding and budgetary allocation should be assigned to Water Board. Water Board should be made to run as a profit-making entity of government. Alternative power supply such as solar system should be provided for constant power supply. This will reduce cost of production and subsequently overhead cost. There should be a holistic rehabilitation of all the water infrastructure in Kosovo State. The board should establish a water appeal board dedicated to resolving complaints. The board should constitute monitoring and task force directly in charge of monitoring the activities of the vendors and illegal water connections, and the board should send law enforcement agents after them and offenders to face revenue court. Lastly, despite the undisputed benefit of chlorination in controlling waterborne infectious diseases, the epidemiological evidence now available suggests that the CBP pose a cancer risk to human, particularly a risk of bladder cancer. The next slide. Thank you. I was just trying to keep to the time because this is a practical problem that we have identified.
Thank you for keeping to the time. Please put your hands together for him. Another one for keeping to the time.
The topic is economic challenges of sustainable water resource management. Now, but I found that most of the presentation is concentrated on water supply.
Volume, please.
So it concentrated on potable water supply. So I consider his presentation as more of politics, because it has to do with the management of infrastructure for potable water supply, which could come from a variety of sources. Though he was able to enumerate, because he worked at it's a civil servant lecturer, okay. So, but the case study basically was a water supply board. Okay. So now, you look at the present situation and problems of water environmental management, that which is actually to be a source of potable water supply. Then he mentioned the political infringements and the trespass on water board by the politician occupying part of it, thereby disturbing, making challenging work activity. Also, he discussed design installed capacity, which could be used to assess the water demand of the people of Cross River State. Then the performance matrix index, and then the finance requirement for effective functionality of the system. Also, he discussed the challenges, which include he cited degrading and deterioration of infrastructure. Actually, in any system, any engineering system, if infrastructure is degrading, then the capacity, production capacity will be getting lower. so which is giving inefficiency. So inefficiency in the working system, which you attribute to what they are cited, basically is political influence on management of people's welfare. It provides some solutions to the water supply challenges, which basically as expected. Then they mentioned some recommendations. So it's a very good paper, but most of the time it's a local example. So to localize example to cross river state, but I could have said instead of localizing, if you have said localize it to water supply, you have make it more elaborate than citing it to specific states. You have made the paper more interesting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Just like he had said, this case is a regional situation. It's a problem in Okwiri, and so it may not solve problem in Bayelsa. If we want to solve problem in Bayelsa, we may go again and study Bayelsa. Because what I found out is that when drains are constructed, they hardly think of the intensity peak. They just give to ordinary mason, they dig somewhere and so when the time of concentration of the flow is slower, water will fill up, and water will definitely have its level. Then the whole place is flooded. And that is why we are intending to solve a problem in Okwiri and not any other place. And Doc asks about the calibration. The data, the climatic data that is available. In fact, we have rainfall data till now in Ilorin. So we use rainfall data from 2010 to 2020 to calibrate this. Otherwise, there will be nothing to be used for the calibration. And finally, rainfall runoff is responsible for between 90 to 95% of flooding situation in any area. We know water cycle. When rain falls, it's either it comes down to infiltrate, it gets to be percolated. If it cannot be percolated again, then it comes as runoff. And that is why we talk about flooding. If it can get percolated, there won't be flooding because the normal system will be there. But unfortunately, we have a lot of paved section which has reduced percolation and runoff is highly increased. Thank you.
Put your hands together for him. Please, we are going to have a discussion period. Now the water resources will have spoken. But I know that Netherlands, the whole country is below sea level. And water engineers are not talking like this. We are going to discuss it here. Please, the last paper.
Let me just make a fun of it. It's cited where it's very possible to use desalinate is here. Saudi Arabia. You know that. And where we have what do you call it? No rain, drought, whatever you call it. Most in the earth is in Saudi Arabia. So when they take the salt from the sea to get their water, they take the salt to the sky, and then rain can now fall. It's interesting. They can tell you when you fall from 12 till 2. You know the quantity of salt to send there, pump it in the air, and then rain will definitely fall. So if you're saying it can be done in Nigeria, it's good. We should also look for a way of using the the residue to do something else, which we could send to the chemical engineers or others to handle. Okay, answer your questions.
We will start from no particular order because some of them are lumped together. First, I work in a dissemination plan in University of Surrey, United Kingdom. So I have a very full knowledge on that. And I've also worked with Cross River Business Authority. I'm very sure of whatever information I'm giving out here. And I've also worked with Cross River State Water Board as a consultant. So all information given here, we're not only gotten from primary and secondary source, we also have them at hand. Now, let me start from the NSC person who talks about the design store capacity. Just like I did emphasize, this scheme came into existence in 1890. That was jointly providing these water services in the entire eastern region as it were. It is a well-organized and designed network of pipes that are metered and automated. Not until when Cross River was created and was now domesticated in Cross River in 1975. Now from 1975, that was the design. Now the population there must have been something less than 500,000 people as against about 1.9 million naira of population in Cross River State. Now the water board have come to rescue many of our people who depend on the water. The serious challenge we have is a geological problem.
That's quick answer.
Yeah. So to get water board is difficult in Cross River because the entire geological is lined with rock. So we depend only on the water board. Now we're talking about the chlorine. I only give you an answer that from a periodical study, the exposure to that for more than 14 hours for the staff who are working there, it has a cancer risk. It's undisputable. These are facts that are on ground. Now, for the other suggestions that have been made, we only use that was a case study. Where is a case study? You don't bother yourself consume other places. So it's a pilot study. So maybe in future we can consider other workable water scheme in Nigeria. So for now, we depend more on water board supply than any other region in South. I don't know whether I have answered that question.
You have answered all. Please put your hands together for him. From those dams, the Cameroon, other places, you didn't consider them, did you? You didn't. Let me say that. Now, in doing studies like this, I would have recommended in Nigeria that you don't just concentrate on the rainfall, because that's what we are having in Nigeria. We have one, infiltration, seepage is a factor you should be considering. Two, water flow, yes, it's very important. What? Yes. There are so many other factors. This one you predict and give to the government, you still will not work. Like many we have been in Bayelsa there, they are not working. My friend's house, in fact our past chairman's house, Oju's house, in his neighborhood, the water is on their roof level now. As I'm speaking now, the man presented trophy to us yesterday. He was laughing here, but his belly, he was sad because he doesn't have village people again. The whole of the community is submerged. So in doing this, it's okay, let's do rainfall, but let's not consider that as an Nigerian solution. Expand your area and put these other factors. The one I've only mentioned 2 or 3. Our prof is saying there are more. We need to do that particular. Now if we use that one in Ilorin, assuming Ilorin was somewhere in Yenegua, will all these things work in designing drainages and other structures? Now,
we will all rise up and recite the second stanza of the national anthem as our opening prayers. Please, we will rise. This will be led by Engineer Sharafuddin. I'll give him the mic to lead us in the
Shall pray. O God of creation, direct our noble course, guide our leaders right, help our youth the truth to know, in love and honesty to grow, and live in just and true, great lofty height attain, to build a nation where peace and justice shall reign. Amen.
Amen. The next item on the agenda, thank you very much. The next item on the agenda is the National Chairman's Address.
Members of the ESCO, members of the BOT, fellows, one thing is very clear, and other members. One thing is very clear. This year's conference and AGA is very, very successful. It is part of the success story that has gotten us to this level, where we have a dinner tonight and we have AGM just now. Ordinarily, our EXCO members are very tired. Ordinarily, our AS should formally send a message or a statement of AGA to be approved. And in so doing, he needed to have read out the agenda of this occasion without the chairman just bringing things out of memory. Now, we have gotten the report of the Council, yearbook, and Directory of Members 2022. And if you see page 3, that's where the agenda is. Our national chairman is suggesting that we should modify it in such a manner that we should be able to do the needful so that we can still go back to our respective apartments, hotels, or homes to come back for our dinner. And looking at the time now, the time is fast spent. He therefore is suggesting that there are one or two major issues that we cannot subtract in an NDA. One of it, which is major, is the election of the new executive for the year 2023. That we will see in item 8 of the agenda. But you cannot go straight to that one without dissolving the one that we have now, which is item 7. And when he made that suggestion, behind me, I could hear some applause, consent to the suggestion. But you don't just make a just suggestion like that. It has to be a motion. And I want to propose the motion in this format. Financial statements, audited accounts for 2021-2022 is another very important aspect. You cannot do an AGM and do nothing about it. Either we make another motion that we will approve it as read without having to go into the details of it to save us time. Whatever it is, there is very little, even if you have to take it page by page. We can correct one or two, but we cannot change anything anymore by now. We have to fulfill all righteousness. Therefore, I will ask the chairman that he should take a motion that I want to propose to the General House in 3 segments. Number one, I want to move that the financial statements and audited accounts for 21-22 should be taken as read. It is assumed that each and every one of us must have gone through it. But I'm sure it's just being distributed now. For me, I'm seeing it for the first time. I don't know the others. Let's spend a few minutes. This is very important in an AGM. To quickly go through it and get it approved. It won't stand nice for nice to have an AGM and do nothing about his financial report. Very important. Number two, the House should be dissolved immediately after taking the financial statement. That is item 7. You have to do that. Without doing that, you cannot have a new election. But that's just a statement. That it is hereby moved that this House be dissolved. And finally, item 8, election of the National Executive Committee of the year 2023 and the election of the members of the Audit Committee for the 2022-2023 financial year. In that order. And when this motion is supported by one of us, it is then put to quick approval. And when you approve, then we go in that order. I so move. Thank you very much.
In an advanced level, we have what is called performance-based design. In that advanced, I'm trying to step up based on the code base to the higher level, which is invoked now in the trend. In the performance-based design, is that what the actual structure is being modeled and simulated. What will really going to happen in the next day if so factor is being introduced to the system? Maybe wind load, all this kind of snow load. Like now that's which one of them was saying about the flood loading. If the flood load is applied to the structure, what will going to happen? What would really the structure will behave, the behavioral pattern of the structures and the failure pattern. You will see it before you go to implementing the site. And that is a new trend of what design. So if peradventure we are talking about the code and the code analysis and some kind of flaw in the code, calibration and the rest of them, why can't we do the code as the preliminary designs and go into the performance-based design, where you will see the actual behavior of the structure, even in the soil, the founding structure, which is the soil that is the founding structure, how the structure will behave if actually you apply this kind of skyscraper, as the case may be, the kind of food that is coming on top of it. So I'm trying to say that what go is a kind of long-term, a kind of stuff, but I'm advising us that if we are going to the design, though most times the problem is with the quality control and assurance level that is happening and that of monitoring in the agency that controlling all those registrations of all the buildings and the rest of them. That's the most problem. It's not about the design, but if actually you are looking critically into the design level, which you consider what is called the performance-based level of pattern of design, which you will know the actual behavior of structure before you go into the site where they implement it. And that is what I just want to add to all what we are saying. Thank you very much.
We should begin to adopt the performance-based design. Yes.
By the chairman, I hereby call this AGM to order. You are all welcome. Thank you very much.
At this point, I would like to respectfully request and appeal to the AGM that you permit me to preside over the proceedings while sitting. Am I allowed? Can I sit? Because even if you say I should stand with one leg, I have no choice. I have to stand with one leg.
So thank you for allowing me to sit. So the meeting has been, the AGM has been called to order. We will start our proceedings right away.
Always made this mistake of saying, let us dissolve the house. It is not in our custom, not in our nature. We will ask them to step aside. And if we say they should be dissolved, we should quote the date as at the 31st of December 2022. Let us always adjust that thing. If we dissolve the house, now you can't come back to decide. Let us rename that thing. You step aside. The resolution will take effect on the 31st of December. Am I in order? I'm correct. So let it be changed, not to be called dissolved. And with that one, I support the motion that the agenda be accepted as proposed.
Thank you.
Nation builders. Mr. Chairman, sir, please permit me to stand by existing protocol. Because we are constrained of time.
Please give it in summary. Thank you.
Okay, because we are constrained of time, I'll just go through the financial statement very fast, as fast as I can. The components of the financial statements are statement of financial position, statement of comprehensive income, that's income and loss, income and expenses, statement of cash flows, and notes to the accounts. The notes to the accounts mostly shows reference to some of the workings in this thing, clarify some of the items in the financial statement. So I will quickly go to statement of income and expenditure, which will show the affairs, what came in and what went out, the expenses. So when we go to the items are line by line, we have 2021 and then we have 2022 for comparison purposes. So in income, we have membership processing subscription from certificate development levels, etc. For 2021, 8.9 million, and for 2022, 12.2 million. AGM income, 24 million for 2022, for 2021, 1.4 million. Fellowship income, 42 million for 2022. For last year, 2021 AGM, for 2020 AGM, 43 million. And then the office of the Delta State government gave out 10 million through the office of the SSG, and then other income received for 2021 is 1.3 million, and for 2022 0. Then in expenditure for 2022, total wages and salaries, which constitutes all wages and then salaries, for 2022 4.2 million, for 2021 2.6 million. General and administrative expenses 15 million for 2022, and then for as at 30th June 2021 17 million. AGM expenses 38 million for last year's AGM, and then for 2021 for 2020 AGM 17 million. Professional fees, last year's professional fees 459,300, and then for the one that was paid in 2020 was 300,000. Then condolence visit 400,000, NSE expenditure 2 million, current assembly expenditure 1,052,000. Because of time, I'll be able to go into the nitty-gritties of this. And in our opinion, as auditors of the Nigerian Institution of Civil Engineers, we believe that the financial statement presents the fairly true financial position of the Nigerian Institute of Civil Engineers as at 30th June 2022, and of its financial performance for the year ended in accordance with International Financial Reporting Standard. and in the manner required by the Financial Reporting Council of Nigeria. Thank you very much.
To our emails, but we were unable to do that because of the time this report was prepared. So we were able to make just few copies. I am telling you what really transpired. We make few copies which could not go wrong. The why is that we are unable to do that, and we are sorry about that. It wasn't deliberate. Yeah.
National Chairman, the BOT Chairman, other fellows in the house. My name is Engineer Chio Adeyeye from Akure branch. Sir, from the auditor report, it's just like a mushroom report to the whole house. My progressive observation is this. So far, he has the soft copy. Let us roll it up. Most of us, about 75% of us, we don't even have the hard copy. So if we can roll it up and we check it briefly and we proceed on the report. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, ESCO members, distinguished ESCO members, fellows, and members. This AGM is a gathering of distinguished and respected members of this. And I want to note that this institution is already a mature institution. We are more than 20 years old. At this time, no issue, no challenge should take us back. It's always forward ever. I would like to suggest that we continue in a very matured and respectable manner. We should allow the NC to direct this August AGM in the most amiable manner that it can. For example, I just noticed that even we have not taken the remarks of the national chairman. We should take it. And every other issue should be handled as maturely as possible. It's not a place to quarrel. We are not quarreling with each other. We are very respectable gentlemen. If anybody wants to talk, should talk with a very civil and positive language. Thank you, Mr.
And we will continue. Do we have any? Okay, we have it. Do we ask him to make the presentation again? Please, I can assure you that we will ensure that all those that are on the... Please come back. Okay. Please, can the security people help us? If there is any issue, let us solve it at the other hall. Please, we should be patient. Please. please, can we have some of the security people of this financial statement has been moved? Any seconder? Okay. So we're going to appointing
It's because we couldn't get the report on time. On that ground,
sorry, the fault was not actually from the auditors. It was the time we submitted the statements to the bank. Now that we've received the report from our auditors, can we just quickly appoint our auditors for the year 2022-2023? Please, can somebody move a motion whether we need to appoint another auditors, or can we adopt this one? Please, a motion from the floor. Please, where's the microphone?
The Chair Board of Trustees, ESCO members, fellows, and my colleagues. I, Engineer before we move that motion, I'm saying that this report is going to be a motion, first and foremost, to accept this report before we go into appointing the audit. So having said this, I so move.
Thank you very much. That's why
High Chief Alexis Oka Chapter Chairman, considering the fact that we are highly short of time, I hereby move that we are appointed the existing auditors. Thank you.
On behalf of the members of NICE, hereby appreciate the executive members for a job well done for the year 2021.
Of the National Executive Committee for the year 2023. On this note, I will invite the chairman of the Electoral Committee and his members to step forward and take over and conduct an election for us. The chairman of the Electoral Committee is Engineer Bemiko. Engineer Bemiko is the chairman, and then Engineer Aliyu Ibrahim is the secretary. Please come up. The other members of the Electoral Committee are Engineer Mada, then Engineer TK Ibrahim, and lastly Engineer Festus. So I will hand over the microphone to you while you continue and conduct a transparent election for us. Thank you, and God bless us all.